place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the
women?
majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't go well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology. It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Risky sponsorship package is here. Have your ad run on our live streaming episodes, linked in the video description and attached to our many hot take clips. The channel is fast growing with thousands of views and subscribers. Don't miss your chance to grow your business on one of the fastest growing platforms on YouTube. Join the family today. This might be risky. Email us at thismightberisky@gmail.com if interested. Hashtag Indeed, hashtag do the right thing.
With young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say, I'll shut mouth, cause 50 shots still, you turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say, I'll shoot my guns, 50 shots still, you turn the gun out. Okay.
Yo, what's going on, man? Got everybody to be one day when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
Control. You got control of the music? Dominating.
Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot.
Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear it loud and clear.
And I got what it takes to rock the mic right up on the shoot. Watch what you say, I'll shoot mouth, cause 50 shots still, you turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling.
All right, there you go. You turn that shit off. I bet. Yo, shout out to everybody in the building, man. What's going on? I said shout out to everybody that I highlighted. So hey, just
You want to
retroact.
run? You want to run it again? Because there's a lot of twos, man. They couldn't hear anything.
No, they couldn't hear me, but all the people that I highlighted, man, I was just saying what up. Y'all can read lips, you know what I mean? So we gonna go ahead and get to it. Eric, what's up, man? How's the weekend, fam?
Kind of normal. Low key. The weather was gorgeous, which is rare, but other than that, yeah, just usual shit. Nothing too crazy. I got some rest.
Some rest? That's good. That's always good.
Yeah, tell me about it. How about your weekend? What'd you get into?
Hey man,
Burn up down there in the south.
Listen, why you saying the weather got hot down here, man? It got hot. It was like the first official Florida, weather weekend, man. So yeah, it got hot, man. It started hitting the 90s and stuff. Other than that, pretty cool. You know what I mean? Moving around with the youngin and whatnot. Nothing out of the ordinary. You feel me?
Yep. I could dig it. Hit the like button, y'all. Please hit the like button. It helps
I
the
heard a
channel.
man last, but yeah, man. Hey, let me see how many people we got in the building. Let me see.
134 in the building. What's the likes?
How many likes we got? What's the likes looking like?
45. Come on, y'all.
Man, this ain't no clearance sale, man. What we got going on over here? This is not a clearance sale, sir, ma'am. All right, let's get at least 90% of the likes up, man. Hit the like button, it's free. Hit it for me. So let's go ahead and get started, man. Let's go ahead and hop into this thing. So listen, I gotta make up.
Let's do it. This is gonna be great.
All this feminist talk y'all was talking last week, and we coming back with tiger uppercut. All right. So, Aaron, I don't know if you've heard of this whole thing about how black women always claim there are not enough desirable black men and there are not enough suitable black men for them to choose from. Locked up, gay, broke, all these different things, so on and so forth, right?
Since 1987.
But the truth is, Aaron, it's the other way around. Black men don't have enough suitable black women to choose from. I came up with this new saying, Aaron, recently, that the good black woman is an endangered species. And we're going to walk through a couple of things, to verify my theory. Now, being that you have a good black woman, you married, you've been in the game, whatever, you don't.
Shout out to the first lady.
You don't have these problems. But for those of us that's out here in these mean streets, all right, trying to find our way, hey, it's a long, hey, woo, it's a journey.
Low boat to China with bad shoes on your feet.
Hey, man. Full of glass and gravel.
Full of glass and gravel, right?
Full of glass and gravel, man. So, we're gonna start it here, man. And I was inspired for this topic by something that happened on Twitter, of course, or X, as you people like to call it nowadays. We still call it Twitter. All right, his mama call it Twitter. I'm gonna call him Twitter, right? He never gonna change. But this is ChatGPT, by the way. If y'all can see this, let me enlarge it. Pause.
Oh yeah, I was in the car when y'all did this last. I was cracking up. It was this Friday. Y'all piloted this. Yeah, it was great.
Tried to get me, so I had to come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, he polished up. Yeah, this is hilarious.
This was a question that was posed on Twitter, but I made an adjustment because he originally said 18 to 30, right? So this is the question we asked ChatGPT, right? If I'm a black man in America, my standards for a black woman are 18 to 45, not obese or overweight, and no children. Please give the percentage of what my viable options will be based on these standards and the number, please. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat to make sure y'all got that. Put a 1 in the chat to make sure y'all got that. Y'all niggas, y'all sick of ChatGPT now, huh? Whenever it's something to help y'all with the bullshit, y'all ain't got no problem with it. When we start talking about all right, 1. All right, 1. Okay, cool. Everybody got it. All right, great.
Yep.
So now ChatGPT, being this wonderful artificial intelligence, right, is going to break this down. Okay, based on your criteria, black women between 18 and 45, not obese or overweight, without children. Here's your estimation of viable options in the U.S. One, start with the black women aged 18 to 45. Approximately 17.8% of the U.S. population comprised of black women 18 to 44 or 44. I guess they don't have 45, but okay, we can even add another percentage if you want to. But this comes from the American Health Rankings. It gives you all the sources here, right? Not obese or overweight. Among black women aged 18 and over, 44.3 are obese. That's over 30% body fat. 30.9% are overweight. 25 to 29%. Therefore, 24.8 fall within the normal weight range. BMI of 18.5 to 24.9. Without children, approximately 40.8% of black women aged 18 to 44 are childless. That comes from Pew Research. Estimating viable options. To estimate the percentage of black women aged 18 to 45 to meet all three criteria: 17.8, 18 to 45, 24.8 or not obese or overweight, 40% or without children. You do the percentages. 17.8 by 24.8 by 40.8 equals 0.21, right? 0.21%, 0.21, not 21, but 0.21, right? This suggests that 0.21% of black women aged 18 to 45 meet all three criteria. Total number of viable options, with approximately 21.5 black women in the U.S. and assuming 17.8 are aged 18 to 45, 21.5 million times 17.8 equals 3.8 million black women aged to 18 to 45. Applying the 0.21 estimate, 3.8 million times 0.21 equals 7,980 viable options.
All right. Wait a minute. Can you scroll up a little bit? A little further. All the way to the top. The very first. Only. All right. Right under this. The only issue I have is with calculation number one. Go down. Right there. That percentage of the U.S. population comprises of black women 18 to 44. If that number is included anywhere in the calculation, it throws it all out the window, because the rest of the population would include whites and men. So this number is virtually inconsequential. This needs to be where the 100% starts and then go from there, because you need to be a woman and black. Now, if you're saying as far as
It covered it down here. So it just gave you the total. It summed it up here. So it said with approximately 21.5 black women total.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. So still. The prices on my head. Till I got my shit and I buy my
Now, I couldn't hear
Your mic not in.
Check. Can you hear me?
No, still not in. Your mic not in.
Let me see, man. It gotta be in. It's not in. Check. It's in, Miss Fantastic.
You good now? Pause.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yo. So I was looking in the chat, right? And I saw CJ say, I tried to tell him. I threw my phone across the room. I don't even know if I hung up yet. I said, okay. If CJ said he tried to tell him, I got to get up there ASAP, man. What I missed, man? Huh?
Nothing, man. We just going over the numbers. And this is correct. The numbers are still correct. It just didn't give you the total from the jump. So it's 21.5 total, and then it gives you 17.8%.
Now I see where that number fits.
Yeah.
I overlooked this fifth. Now I see where the number. You see where I was going though. Mathematically, it would have been out if you didn't account for that number this way. But this is where the reset occurs. This is the 100%.
Yeah, Aaron, you gave him false hope. Aaron, they was like, yeah, you're wrong, nigga, you're wrong. You're wrong. No,
I gotta try, man. I gotta see if you paying attention, man.
Not so fast. Oh, listen, I'm on top of it.
What you said, man. So where we at, man? You know,
we are
in the game is where we at.
We are at 7,980 Black women aged 18 to 45 who are not obese, overweight, and do not have children.
What?
Yes, you heard what I said.
Hold on. Let me hold on, son. Hold on. Like, share, subscribe. Did he say everything? Right? Share, subscribe. Tell him. Listen,
I threatened to punch motherfuckers in the face, not hitting the like button, brother. Yeah, we own it.
They seen you punch people in the face too. So.
Exactly.
Damn.
Yeah.
So,
you don't want that work.
What you say now?
You see it? 7,980 Black women between the ages of 18 to 45 who are not obese, overweight, and do not have children. ChatGPT.
Take this walk. Hold on. Based on the criteria that was put in here, 8,000 Black women out of 20 million are outside of the criteria in which you laid out.
So we got to cut
7,980
because the 21 includes women and children, or adults and kids. So cut it in half, right? So it's really like 10 grown
from 21 up.
Yeah. So then you after you cut it in half, then you're pretty much working with that number of women. So 10 million grown women, right? And then you shrink it smaller because we go 18 to 45 and not 18 all the way to like 72, because that'll be the viable option of where dating age or people that aren't married or looking to get married. Right. So you, with those criteria, that window, 18 to 45, not obese, no kids, not overweight, these are your options.
Okay. So what age group is this specifically?
18 to 45.
18 to 45.
Yep.
And out of 18 to 45, 8,000 are either not married, right?
Yeah, not married.
Don't have a kid. And aren't obese or overweight.
Or overweight. Yeah, so aren't overweight or obese. Yep.
Overweight even?
Yeah. Overweight kinds of, if you took overweight out, it would probably jump significantly. But overweight
and overweight though. Yeah. And this is overweight based on the BMI metric, right?
Yeah, BMI metric.
Who the fuck is this? ChatGPT?
ChatGPT, man.
You trust this nigga?
Hey, man. Everybody else do. He finna take a lot of people's jobs. So shit, he gotta be worth something.
All right, let me add. Hold on. Let's baseline this nigga real quick. Is this real? Is this up right now? Is this real?
Yeah, it's right now. I got it. I literally put the question in right here.
Can you? Oh, what's the question?
Right here. If a black man, right here. That's the question.
If a black man in America, and my standards for a black woman are 18 to 45, not obese or overweight, and no children, please give the percentage of what my viable options will be based on these standards and numbers, please. So it gave you a raw number or a percentage?
Both. It gave both.
And what's the percentage?
The percentage is 0.21.
0.21%.
Yes.
That is fucking outrageous. So let me ask it another question.
Okay, cool. Real time.
Who has the best fast food French fries? Let me see something.
Let's see.
Let me test the viability of this shit real quick. Because everybody know what's the answer before it answers.
It should be McDonald's.
Okay.
McDonald's.
Okay. Because that shit sounds fucking. Now, right now, ChatGPT, this is very important that you get this right. Nah, Jay Miller. This is not subjective. Everybody knows it's McDonald's. That motherfucker doing a lot of searching, ain't he? Oh, he took the easy way out.
Wendy's.
See, hold on, son. Hold on, man. All right, now where does McDonald's rank?
Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Top picks: Wendy's, Natural Cut Fries, Checkers, Five Guys. I don't think. Oh damn, they got McDonald's in notable mentions.
Nah.
But nah, hey, I don't know. When they say Checkers is definitely fucking McDonald's
Oh,
up.
because
So
they
I
put
don't
that
know.
peppery shit on there. That cornstarch now. It's McDee's, man.
McDonald's ain't fucking with Checkers in a day in his life. And Chick-fil-A, you know y'all some Chick-fil-A junkies, so I don't know.
Chick-fil-A is corny.
Yeah, we agree.
Oh, okay.
It's going by what people say, man. Like I don't eat out. I don't even fuck with McDonald's no more.
Okay, so this is going by because it checked the web. It looked like it brought up
people's
okay.
opinions. Yeah.
So now, where does it get the y'all really
all of the information I gave was sourced, right? So it gives you the source of everything that is using the compiled information.
Okay, so
right here, America's Health Rankings gave you the number of Black women from that age, right? That age group.
What is America's Health Ranking?
What do you mean? What is it? What is it?
Like, is that a like?
I'd imagine. Let's see, American United Health Foundation. I'd imagine it's some type of health thing.
AHR. It's a .org.
Yeah.
America's Health Rankings. All right, so let's go one by one. And they got an annual report every time. The United. Okay, so annual. So it looks like they do an annual report every year. So a reliable. Is America's Health Rankings reliable?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's reliable.
As the longest running state-by-state analysis of a nation's health, America's Health Rankings provides actionable, data-driven insights to inform public policy, research, and news reporting. And then the AI overview by the Commonwealth Fund. Okay, that one looks to be decently reliable. So that one is, hold on, go up. So that one, go up, yeah. Approximately 17.8% of the U.S. population comprises Black women ages 18 to 44. Okay. Wait. What does this mean, though?
So no, I think it said it gave it wrong. So like it's 17.18% of Black women, right? So it's saying it's not 17. It can't be 17.8% of the U.S. population. It just either wrote it wrong or stated it wrong, but it's saying of Black women. So it shouldn't be the U.S. population. That'll be overrepresentation.
So wait. So it fucked it. It don't know. It fucked the word.
So no, that's what I'm saying. So it everything's correct down here. So what it tells you down here with approximately 21.5 million Black women. I think it just omitted this and got straight to the point. But 21.5 million Black women in the U.S., assuming 17.8% are aged. You see what I'm saying? So it compiled it. It just didn't go out and start with the 100%.
All right, let's
so it
do
gave
it.
you the right numbers. It's just the way that it's worded. That if you look at that way, you feel me?
Okay, click on that though. Click on America's Health Ratings to see what it says. So you saying ChatGPT made a typo?
Well, it's not a typo. I think it's just like I said. It automatically assumed the outcome of the thing, or you understood the outcome. Hold on, give me a second. I got to change screens.
All right. Let's look through this. All right, so this is just populace, right? Out of 100, you're saying out of 100% of Black women, 18% of them are 18 to 44.
Yeah. So it applied that to Black women. So it's saying of the entire population aged by Black, it says by state Black, right? Black 18 to 44 by state. I guess it don't do 45. So, but I mean, I said 14, 45. So it gave me that, right? It says Black, right? So here. And then
how
it
many
gives
Black
you
women in the country?
21.5 total.
All right, so just giving percentages here about how Black it is.
This is per state, yeah. So then it gives you per state what it is, greater than or less than, or so on and so forth. So in between, and then in the South you have greater than 18%, 18.7%.
Okay, go down.
And then it gives you state by state value. Top states, bottom states, all this stuff, right? And then it gives you what population, women age 18 to 44, race, ethnicity. It tells you Hispanic, white, and then black right here.
So the
That's the total. So for the total of the US is 14%.
So out of all women, 14% of the women in the US are black.
Well, no. For this age range. So for
This
this
age
age
range. Yeah.
So you add all these up, you get 100, right? So 18 to 44, white women 53.9, Hispanic women 21.4, black women 14.1. So that's of the US. This is the total for the US.
And then click on that.
Which this?
Yeah.
Well, I can't. It's not doing nothing.
It's not clickable. The number or the bubble for black.
This gives you a percentage. Can you see it? I can enlarge it.
Yeah. Can you click on the percentage at all?
No, hold on. Let me just. Y'all should be able to see it now, right?
Yeah, but it's not clickable at all, right?
No, it's not clickable. No. I mean, I can highlight it, but clickable, no.
Oh, okay, go down.
And it gives you the source: U.S. Census Bureau, Single Race Population Estimate, CDC, Wonder Online Database 2022. So it even gives you where they got the what's the name from.
Okay, so 14%. And then what did ChatGPT say?
17.8.
Well,
so
what?
Of the black women, it's 17.8%.
44 million. I mean, excuse me, out of the 20 million, 18%.
Out of 21.5 million black
Right,
females.
Go up. So what's the populace of women? Does it give you a total populace of women?
You saying percentage wise or all women?
Give the percentage, but what's the raw number of women?
For this group?
Yeah, like
no, it didn't give you the raw number for that. No. I think we have to take that off and just do women, and they'll probably be able to give it to you.
Well, we can look it up, right? So
yeah, but
how many women 18 through 44 in the country in the US, right?
In US, yeah.
So no, that's Wikipedia. Okay. So now it's giving this number right here. Hold on, let me show you this. So here. So now, see, it messed something up though. Because this one, population women age 18 to 44, United States value 17.8. So it's conflating this number with that 17.8. You see? Because it's saying United States value, percentage of population that is female ages 18 to 44, 17.8.
Yeah, but then it goes down. Well, if you just got that, it's going to be that, right? But what it's telling you is the specifics for the black one. So it dips even a little bit more. But what it did was it actually helped out because it gave you a higher percentage and just kept it the same. So what ChatGPT said was, okay, we're just going to estimate and say that all women in this age group keep it the same, and then make that application to black women instead of actually getting into the numbers and going to the, you feel what I'm saying?
Okay. I understand. So now let's do this though. Just cause I just want to see. So 17.8. So I know you guys.
That's the total population right there though.
Yeah, this is the total population. So if I do, I want to get, hold on. What's 17.8% of 334,914,895? So that's 56.6 million. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, or 59.6 million. So now for that, it said how many women were black? It said 14.1, right?
Yeah.
So,
but you have to cut it in half first, though.
No, it's 1844. 18 to 44.
Yeah, but still, that's men and women. So you 334, whatever is men and women. That's the total population. So you got to cut it in half first.
All right, because I got two engineers up here, but I got to do the math. All right, got it.
Yeah, math lesson.
And
and then multiply times 0.1 is 18. 30
What number are
million.
we looking for?
Aaron.
30 million. All right. So if you after you do half and then you do 18%, I just made 17.8, 18%. It comes up to 30,142,340. And now we'll do the 14%. So times 0.14, and you get 4219.
Okay. So
if you do it that.
So 4219. What you mean?
So I'm sorry, 4.2 million. So it's 4.2 million. So 4,219,927.
Okay, so 4.2 million black women are
18 to 25. Yeah,
18 to 44.
44. Yeah.
All right, 4.2. Okay. Bring son up back up. Hold on. Okay, so 4.2 million. Okay. All right. So what did he say? Why was I getting that number?
Hold on. Is it still up? No, that's a different one. I got to switch the screen.
Oh. So 4.2 million. Let me see something. 4.2.
There we go.
And then what is it? Women. Okay. Damn.
No, I fucking did the what's the math? Yeah, it did the math wrong. Yeah, it did the math wrong. So it did it as 0.0. It did it as 0.021 as in 21. So it's 709,000, not 7,000.
All right. God damn. Yo, that's mad wrong, son.
Chat GPT. Hey, y'all better slow down Chat GPT. You saw it in real time. I didn't do what they did. We had to correct it.
Man.
We had to correct it, man.
Yo, man, I need to go to engineering school, man. Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ. Aaron unmute talking about what we talking about.
798,000. What it be? 798,000.
And thank God I hung up on that call, man. Jesus Christ, man. All right, so a million of them, damn, almost 800,000. Go ahead.
200,000, a long way from a million, bro. So you at like 800,000.
All right,
out of 3.2 million.
Okay. So what's okay? So now that So 800,000 divided by 4.2, right?
Divided by 4.2.
18 to 44, right? How many of them is it? 4.2 million.
Yeah. Or 3.8 million.
No, we did
it.
Oh
no, the math we did. No, right. Yeah, the math we did is 4.2 million. Yeah, you're right.
So 19%. 19% are actually viable. So 19% are not viable. It's the 800,000 that aren't viable.
No, the 800,000 are viable.
So
it's 19% that is.
But I thought the percentage that was showing here was the one that
are viable. Yeah, viable.
Oh, okay. I just flipped them.
Yeah.
Okay, so out of the dating, 20% are viable options based on the criteria put in here.
Yep.
But now we have to ask though, if it fucked up from jump, what else did it fuck up?
I don't know.
It fucked up the math. It fucked up the number. It fucked up the.
I don't know how it fucked the numbers up, but all the sources are there. So I don't know how it used the things or what mistake it made to get to that.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, when we redid the math, I guess it slid the decimal the wrong way. That's the only thing I can see. So we're up here where it has like 0 up here on the thing, I think it multiplied it times the 0.00 versus just the 0.21, because that's the only way you can get that. So if you put the 0 in front of it, the 2 zeros that you had. Hold on, let me go up so you can see what I'm talking about. There we go. So I think that's what it did. That's how it did the thing.
Tell
It
chat.
actually multiplied it times that versus the 0.21.
Tell chat he got some explaining to do, man.
Yeah, Chat GPT, man. Hey, man.
All right, so all right, where's the rest of it at?
That's the end. That would have been the end.
No, but what's the other ones? What who did this? Who did this first? Who did this first?
Huh?
Delete the fry. I'm saying who did it? You did this?
No, the dude on what's the name did it. So when he did it on Twitter, it came up 382,000.
What he put in?
He put in 18 to 30. So he took 15 years off. I added 15 years to it. So I'll share it so you guys can see it. Hold on.
All right, so the functionality should be there, right?
Yeah, the functionality is the same.
But it starts with
he made the gap. He made the gap smaller. Pause.
But it starts with a bad number. That's why I can't even trust it now, because the initial
his actually right, and that's what I was saying, right? So
who is Duke? Did he use the same chat nigga you use?
Yeah, Chat GPT. Oh no, you know, oh damn, he used Grok. No wonder. So Grok is better than fucking Chat GPT. He used Grok.
I ain't never trust no Gronk before. Gronk stupid as hell.
Well, not Gronk, but Grok.
Well,
so Grok is better than fucking Chat GPT.
What? Oh no! Can you zoom in? So we just cooked Chat GPT.
Yeah, Chat GPT ain't shit. If I'm a black man in America, standards of women are 18 to 30, right?
No.
And then all the other same parameters. And it came up with 3.82 black women aged 18 to 30. Percentage 10%. So it says 10% of the women versus what we said before, right? That apply to the whole thing.
All right, what's the web? Oh, you can't click on it. It's not live.
Well, it's got all the stuff here.
Click it.
So it gives you all the stats here at the bottom.
Hold on.
I think all the math is fucked up. The math y'all did, the math these AIs are doing, it's all bullshit.
No, the math on this was not fucked.
It's fucked.
No, not on this one. Not on Grok. Grok is not.
Where does any of this say anything about women who are single?
Oh, you're saying, so that's what I'm saying. So, well,
the
no.
math is fucked up. The numbers are fucked up, is what I'm saying. Y'all are working with fucked up numbers.
Well, no, it wouldn't be fucked up numbers. You're just saying you didn't. Hold on. No, I see what he's saying. So no, but no, it wouldn't be fucked up numbers. It would just be you would be accounting also for women that are already married.
Right.
So the numbers are fucked up. You're just missing a parameter.
No, you're right. The main parameter.
Okay.
Well, no.
So
that's simple.
They just qualify. What number are you trying to find?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The viable option. So like all you have to do to this is apply what's the marriage rate of black women? 28%. So apply 28% to that and just take it out.
No, that doesn't work.
How not?
So
okay, if you have women that are married versus women that are not, are you telling me that they have children at the same rate?
No.
Right. So obesity is going to be at a different rate. You got to look at this from a calculus standpoint. Your numbers are all good. You can't apply percentages to percentages just for the sake of applying percentages to percentages. Because when you narrow down inside of a percentage, the percentage of representation of another percentage inside that percentage has changed, which is why you need to apply calculus. Your numbers are all fucked up. I'm telling you, I'm looking at this. It's goofy. You can't.
So we can talk through it. So listen to what you just said though.
18 to 30 though.
Yeah, exactly. And not just 18 to 30. But if this took all black women, which would include married women also, they didn't exclude them like you said. Yes, if you apply the percentage, the average of marriage rate to it, you would still be within the math because it's the same principle amongst the women. So whether she's married or not married or whatever, if she's obese or overweight, she's in here. So what I'm saying is, go ahead. So yeah, so what I'm saying is it would be proper to apply the percentage to it, because like you said, it encompasses the 100% of black women that it applied it to for the age bracket, married or not.
Would you agree that more married women are likely to have children than single women?
No.
No, by our numbers, no, and I can prove it. The numbers,
Single women that have never been married,
yes, have more children than married women, because there are more single women with children than married.
No, slow down. Look at all the women that have children. Some of them have been married, correct? This is where we're going to use some. That most minus Mano shit is out the window. Some of the women that have children have been married. Some have not. Would you agree?
Okay, yes.
That's two different percentages.
No.
A lot of percentage.
Because no, it says no children. It doesn't say we're not talking about children within or without of a marriage. It says children, period.
Aaron, here's what it's asking. I'm looking for a woman who does not have a kid. So if she's married and have a kid, she won't be in the demographic what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So we don't have to, what I'm saying is you don't have to parse out the married women, because it's saying I'm looking for a woman. So if she has a kid, regardless of how she got that kid, it doesn't hurt the viable option thing.
No. But what I'm saying is I'm using the fact that percentages change within percentages to show you that in other arenas you're gonna have fucked up numbers. I'm looking right at it, and I'm telling y'all, you're looking at this like I'm nuts. You've not even taken out the one implication, and that's if this woman is single. How can you trust the rest of your numbers if you've not done that yet?
Okay, but this is what he's talking about, right? And we're giving you that, Aaron. So this is what I'm saying. So we on the same
with the numbers correct, and let's see where we go.
So listen, that's what I'm saying. So we're looking at we're approaching this at the same point, right? We're starting at the same level. So again, 18 to 30 age bracket, right? That includes all black women, married or not. We accept that premise, correct? These are all black women between this age group.
When you start losing numbers is when I start asking questions. What that's why I asked, what are you looking for?
You're looking for black women that do not fit in any of this criteria. The black women that are left.
All right. Now let's list the criteria. Just list
18 to 30.
18 to 30. All right. So we're no longer looking at 18 to 44.
No, yeah, I changed the 1844 to actually help, but yeah, 18 to 30 according to Grok. So this is Grok, not Chat GPT. So 18 to 30.
18 to 30 is a criteria. Okay, what's the next one?
Not obese.
Not obese.
Not overweight.
Well, wait a minute. Okay. Not over. All right. Not. I'm gonna write it down. But that right there, to not be overweight takes out obesity. You're creating two numbers for what?
Yeah, because it's two separate things, and it parse it out, and it told you. So you have plus 30% body fat, which is going to be obese.
Would you say within the suggested parameters of in shape, of body weight? Why create when you're making this more complex than it has to be? I'm not numbers like that. Why don't you just making it one number, one criteria to satisfy both?
This is what you so are you saying that it accounts for overweight women twice?
What I'm saying is you can't prove that it won't.
So you're saying your assumption is that is accounting for overweight women twice?
No, I'm eliminating the possibility for any assumption to be made, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So the assumption could be made that it's saying overweight women are overweight and overweight women are obese. Oh, no, it's saying obese women are overweight and obese.
Correct. You're right. Exactly. You got to simplify your number.
So hold on. So, but it gives you right here. So it kills that by combining them both. It gives an explanation, and then it combines them. So it doesn't do it twice.
No, look, AI is exactly that. Artificial. We got three intelligent brothers up here. We're gonna use our brains. Fuck this AI.
But it's cool. So we walking through it. So still, for black women, obesity prevalence is high. According to the data, approximately 6% of black women are obese, and about 20% are overweight. So meaning roughly 80% of BMI greater than 25. So it just did everybody over 25. If you want to reduce it down, and let's say, I think what the numbers say, somewhere up mid 70s. So let's say 75%. So we can knock it down to 75%, which includes obese and overweight.
It's
so
a
it
good
literally
so
parses
it's
it
a
out
good
right here.
question. It's a good question, Aaron. But based
But it's
on what
covered.
it's saying here, it
it's
considers
covered.
what you're saying.
Okay, so what number are we gonna work with?
This number. Because it's being very considerate in what you are questioning.
Okay. So
it's a good question, just saying when we read through.
Right. No, understood. So what is the number that we're gonna take from that?
We make it 75%.
Okay.
Take it down to what will be more what we know.
We'll just
be
say
overweight and obese.
75% within the weight standards, or that are not within the weight standards.
Not within weight standards, yes.
So it's saying 764,000 here at 20% or 80%.
Yes. Or
so use this, Aaron, because it's already up here.
Or neither obese or overweight.
So now we use 20%. That 20% fit the criteria at 18 to 30.
Yes.
Now, do you see why it was important for 18 to 30 to be very exact? Because once you go 18 to 45, that number is going to change.
No, I agree, Aaron. Like I said,
okay, all right. I just want to make sure we know where we're going. All right. So now we're working with 18 to 30. 20% of 18 to 30 fits the weight criteria. Continue.
Yeah. All right, and then no children. Data on childlessness among Black women aged 18 to 30 is sparse, but general trends suggest that younger women are less likely to have children. According to CDC, about 40% of Black women aged 15 to 44 have never given birth, with higher rates of childlessness in younger age groups between 18 and 24. For the 18 to 30 age range, we can estimate roughly 50% of Black women have no children. As many as the 25 to 30 range may have started families. So it just cuts it in half to 382,000 women.
The accuracy went out the window. There it is.
Well, how did the accuracy go out of the window?
Read it again. Data on childlessness among Black women 18 to 30 is sparse. Right there. But general trends suggest that younger women are less likely to have children. According to the CDC, 40% of women aged 15 to 44 have never given birth.
So that means 60% has.
With the higher rates of children in younger in childlessness. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I was saying earlier. As you work within a range, your percentage of probability of something else happening changes within that range. That's what I'm saying. You got to use calculus. This is a math about the rates of change, not the rates of what is.
Yeah, but it's literally explaining it, Aaron. So that's
and the conclusion is for the age 18 to 30 age range, we can estimate that roughly 50% of Black women have no children. As many as 25 to 30 range may have started families. Where is the accuracy in any of that statement?
Well, if you
with the numbers this size,
if you was to look it up specifically, Aaron, more likely than not, it would be just over 50% for that age range. So it's actually like giving grace and it's helping the numbers because it's lessening it.
I don't know. Maybe it's the obsessive compulsive in me. I don't give grace with numbers, but y'all, let's just continue.
Well, no. So I think the consideration Aaron is giving is simply that the fact that it says there's sparse info, but roughly, So Aaron, this is an exercise. So would you throw this out, or would you give it consideration based on what it's saying according to the CDC and etc.?
Personally, all of this would get thrown out, and I would get hard numbers and recalculate everything. But that's
so. Here it says about 40% of Black women aged 15 to 44 have never given birth. But when you instantly go from 31 to 44, the numbers increase exponentially. Right? So now if it takes that full range, it's probably blaming the 18 and 30s, giving them more blame than what they would be credited for, because we know the increase is exponential after 30. So even if it's giving them 50%, would that give us cause for pause, considering we know that teen pregnancy is down, 18 to 25s ain't having kids, and are they being is the handicap enough, or are they taking too much of the brunt of it? The younger
exactly. That's exactly my point. Especially when the ultimate the ultimate age group we're studying is 18 to 30, the lower end of the spectrum.
And here's where, Mr. Fantastic, if you look, the fact that it gave them 50% doesn't even make sense.
Hold on.
Because even look, because you got 18 to 30, that's what, 12 years? Right? But then 31 to 44. So even if I was doing the math, I would at the very least do an allocation based on years. So 15 years over here, 12 years over there. There's no way I give it 50%, right? And even if I was just trying to be, I would at least parse it out by years. Okay, 15 years over here.
Yes. Right.
At least to be more fair to the equation. Even if it's unfair, that would be more fair.
Right.
Yeah.
That's exactly it.
Who did this shit? Mr. Fantastic, the guy who did it originally.
I don't know. Some dude on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Just somebody just tweeted it out.
Hold on. So here we go. Hold on. I got you right here.
Damn.
In 2023, 44% of Black Americans were younger than 30. The general fertility rate amongst Black females aged 15 to 44, 5.8, meaning 5.8 women. That age group had a birth between the previous 12 months. Data also shows that 37% of Black women have their first birth between the ages of 20 and 24. So it's not that far off. If you're saying that first birth is 37%, and now you got a whole nother 6 years, it's not that far off. It didn't even count 18. So that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It's not that far off. The first birth is 15 to 24, and like I say, it said 18. So we need to name and count. So if you had one at 15, you definitely had one that wasn't it. Now add the other. You know what I'm saying? Or highest in this range. Look, highest in this range, 25 to 29. So if it's the highest here and you're already at 37 here, 50 is giving grace, like I said.
Okay.
Literally right here. It says significant. 30 to 34 is significant, but the highest rate of first birth is 25 to 29. If you already have 37%, and the highest rate is here.
Well, but what year is this? This is 2023.
It's 2023.
I know, but it's saying in the last 12 months of 2023. It's not even. It's
No,
only.
This
It's
will
saying
be it. Period. It's not. No, it's not. It's saying across the board. HAMP, even though it's just for this year, the highest. This has the highest rate in the range. So Black women have the highest birth rates in this range. Period. It's not just for 2023. This is across the board. This is like in forever, in perpetuity.
What's the link on it?
Child Trends or Pew Research, one of the two. I don't know. Let me see. Actually, it's probably the same one I got right here. Pew Research.
So what is it? What is it? 10 percentage points off?
I don't know. What do you mean? Oh, you talking about the?
They gave it 50% over there. So what is it about?
It's not even. We don't know if it's 10, but if it's saying it's highest, if you already got 37, you only got 13% left, HAMP. So to make 50%, and it said the highest birth rates are from 25 to 29, and we did 18 to 30. And then, like you said, this also has significance. So 30 is going to be included. So you're overlapping with two of the significant ones. 25 to 29 has the highest birth rate. You're already at 37% with 15 to 24. And the 18, the 15 is going to be included in the 18 because if you had one at 15, you got one at 18. So the 37% stands, right? 37% stands. The highest birth rate is here, 25 to 29. And then you have the significant that starts at 30. So like I said, 50% stands, bro.
I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. That
50% is gonna stand. Anybody that understands math understands that there's no way you can have 15% by you got 37% from 15 to 24. The age range is 18 to 30. If the highest birth rate of everything, that means it's greater than 37% already at this percentage. It's the highest rate.
Yeah, this is speculative. So the numbers, they bode in your favor one time, but all it would take is a deviation in one direction.
Speculative, brother. No, I'm not gonna let you get away to speculative. It's not speculative. It's telling you.
No. I'm saying the math isn't speculative. The concept is speculative, proven by math that just happens to bode in your favor. Because all it would take is 1 percentage point to swing in either direction in any of these categories to completely throw it off. And that's what I'm saying. The process is where the inaccuracy lies, not the actual. These actual numbers. If you change any one of these numbers, it wouldn't change the total overall outcome, but it would reveal a flaw in the process, which is what I'm saying. This is how we even got here. Come on, you're an engineer.
You're not trying to build a F-22, brother.
You got it. That's why I said. That's why I said you got it. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's the mechanical.
Okay.
OED. Y'all got it. I will debate the philosophy and leave the mechanics alone.
Mechanical. This is just, you know what I mean?
I'll leave the mechanics to y'all. Y'all can have it.
This ain't mechanics, brother. But I feel you. I understand.
So just the 40%, the 50%. When I'm looking, I don't know.
Here y'all go. It's fair. It's more than fair.
See, if it said 40%, I could kind of, because of I don't 3%? Like
3 is 37%. 37 that far away from 40.
No, I'm saying though, just because the thing that like just bugs me is that why isn't there a number for 25 to 29?
It's like, not one for 30 to 34 either. But hold on, we might can find it. I don't know. Let's see. Hold on, let's see if we have it.
Shower trade. Who the fuck is that? But you see, the thing is, right? Son posted it. Everybody like, look at this shit. But under scrutiny, it's a little tougher.
It's not that far off. It's not that far off.
Big money truck.
Y'all just wanted to be.
Slap that nigga AI when you see him. I swear to God, son. DC Slim and y'all ready? Been a member for one.
Nah.
DC Slim was popping. Aaron with the $2 says, brother 3 times had to undo the bullshit he did Friday. The male feminist with the $5 says, I just asked ChatGPT. It told me 2.75 to 3.15 million black women are neither overweight nor obese. Assuming 82% of 9 black women are obese/overweight. So it gave you about 18%. Sean with the $2 says, I got 8,405,694 black women between 18 to 44. So we got
that's total though. Y'all doing total. We're doing you got to add the parameters. So don't just take the total amount. Now add the parameters of not being obese and not having kids.
Yeah, no, but he's just saying that 8 million are because we got 4.2, I think, right?
No, we was at
4 million.
Yeah.
So he got 8 million from 18 to 44. We calculated 4 million.
Yeah, no way. That can't be.
If he didn't divide the 334 million by 2, this might
work.
If he's doing
that's probably what happened. Yeah, if he start with 30. Yeah, if he start with the number we started with.
The male feminist with the 2000. Why do men need stats to feel confident about dating? What does that mean?
Your name's the male feminist. Please hit the link when we drop it.
We've been going. We could drop it. You know what I mean? The male feminist with the 2000. Leave the data analysts to the experts. Leave the data analysis to the experts. Why? That ain't no fun. Wes M with the 2000. As someone who took calculus 2 times, Aaron is right. There's a calculus 3.
Oh yeah.
I only took the first one. DC Slim with the $5 says you can't use numbers to fit your argument and then forget them when it's not in your favor. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, AC. Damn. Oh, he said he took calculus 3 times?
No, calculus 3. Yeah.
No, AC said.
Oh, why he took it twice?
He had to, most likely. Shit.
Yeah,
you taking calculus 3? That's definitely a requirement, not a request.
Should I drop the link? Do we need to go through the other categories?
No, you ain't gotta go to the other categories. I mean, what was the other thing I said? Oh, we didn't cover the what's name part. The them getting fired. So then you got broke, right? So even outside of that, we didn't even add broke, right? Broke or debt, student loan debt, all the other shit, so on and so forth. Soon to be unemployed.
Is that dating though? Like, does that go into dateable, desirable?
Well, yeah. I ain't fucking giving no bitch to take care of her. Not over 30. Hell no.
So we don't agree with the talking point of get her out of McDonald's. In hyperbole.
Nah, hell no. That's some shit that Kevin Samuels just said for the she got to be fine as hell for that. And then you a regular nigga not get her no way. She gonna be NBA rapper Bob. Throw around.
Okay. So what is the stat though? I just dropped the link. The bathroom is open. What show me that one though? What did it say?
Which one? Oh,
The job.
what's the name? The unemployment thing. Hold on, let me find it.
Man, can't argue fantastic about these numbers, man. What's up with y'all?
Was goody, man. Sean Antonio with the $10 says total population equals 334,914,895 people. 17.8% of that number is women between 18 and 44 years of age, which equals 59,614,851 women of all races. 14.1% of the 59,614,851 equals 8.405 million. Black women in America between 18 and 44. I took calculus 3 also.
Yeah, you gotta cut that in half, brother.
But why you gotta cut it in half? That's the part I don't understand.
No, because it was women, so it's 17.8% of women, not of the total population.
That's women. That's women.
Well, no, that's you did 334,000 is a total.
Hey, Hamp, you mind putting that back up? That's why I specified. That's the number.
No. For what? That's the total population, men and women.
Right. So 17.8% of that 334 is how you get to the 59 million.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. No, it's not of Americans, it's of women. 17.8% of women account for 18 to 44 is what we're trying to tell you.
No, I got it exactly from the website, bro. Exactly. So the website had up when you go to America's Health Rankings. So if you go there, it gives you the exact total population of that 334, right? Right. And then of that, 17.8% of that is women between 18 and 44. So now we're no longer talking about men. So you don't have to cut nothing in half. Of that number, 17.8% are women between 18 and 44, which accounts for all races. Of the women, 14.1% are black women. So that was the misstep, cutting it in half. There's no need to cut it in half.
Because it already gives you the percentage that are women.
Right, 17.8% are women of all races in between 18 and 44.
At the top of the show, that was the problem I had with the 17.8 of the entire population. I knew I wasn't crazy.
Yeah.
So now it goes. So the number we had of non-viable candidates that we got to was what?
800,000.
So now it's 1.6 then.
And so I put the link in the back chat to show exactly where it says 17.8% of the population that is
now
female.
what we did was and we can keep going with the numbers, but we showed that there's the engine is broken. So let's say the Sean's number is accurate and there's a variance of 5 percentage points or so either way, right? What does that get us to? 3 million?
Mm-hmm.
Out of
how do we quadruple it though versus double it?
Well, because we got to 1 million, we got to 800,000 using half. Remember, we cut the number in half and then did the 17.8 based on half. So we just used the 8 because we did 4.2 million, remember? But when Sean did it based on following literally the math they laid out in front of us, it's 8 million. So I'm saying we would double 800,000, at least double it.
Yeah, 1.6 is what I'm saying. It wouldn't be 4 million.
1.6, but then you got a variance of 5%. Let's say there's other things that we have to quantify that GPT did incorrectly. I would say 2 million are viable. And what's the dating age? 7 million?
From the 18 to 44, yeah. That would say it. That's what
Sean,
so 18, that's another thing that switched it up, right? Too, because if we do the 18 to 30, it cuts it significantly.
Yeah, I like the 18 to 44 though. I mean, niggas still
that's why I say 1844 is more viable.
I think it's better. I think it's better. So, because that's what a lot of the people that view are dealing with too, right? We all in that age range and shit like that. For me,
Yep.
He's ain't on camera. No, that ain't him. So, so let's say it's 2 million out of the 8 million. What percentage is that?
25%.
That are viable?
But what are we determining as viable though? Like
Just the shit that people complain about.
We say just the main thing, like
Having
she's
a
not overweight,
kid.
she don't got kids, and she don't got kids, and she's not overweight. That's pretty much it. And then just the age bracket.
I think a minority of men care about that. That provides too much. I think that takes too many liberties. Because you know what, big chicks, nigga, big chicks are out here getting wifed up and hit every single day.
Well,
Same thing.
But see, here's the exercise that's in front of us, though. When it makes a differentiation, and I think it did a fair job based on what we read about obese versus overweight. It seemed like it parsed those things out. So when you saying big, are you saying they all have opportunity, or do you at least acknowledge the obese women would be undesirable? What would you say?
I'm not saying either one of those. What I'm saying is that there's no way to quantify how many people will rule them out, obese or overweight. There's no way for us to. You would have to literally make up a number because there's no way to quantify that. No way.
Well, what?
Like, just think about it though.
For the sake of, but again, of course you can. This what I'm saying. Of course you can do that with anything. And you on opposite sides. What I'm saying is this though. When you correlate it with and you match it up with the lack of black women that's been married, not getting married, and men not trying to marry those women, do niggas want now we can't conflate niggas willing to fuck and then niggas willing to make a wife.
That assumes attribution. You assume that it can be attributed to that. That's not mathematics or science. What you do. I get what you're saying. I'm not saying I did what you're saying.
No, I understand. And it's like I said, it's not just math and science. It's math and science and relationship dynamics. So it's a combination of the two. But you use math as a framework to start the conversation about who's in or out.
But you would have to assume attribution still. There's no way of knowing that number. There's no way of knowing. Like, we would have to ask all 6 of us up here. We would have to be asked specifically at that moment, and it's a measure in that moment in time. Not even 5 years from now, 5 months from now. You know what I'm saying? You cannot, with mathematics, you cannot assume attribution. Just because you can find a correlation. Once again, I can correlate myself to a leprechaun. The correlation is not hard. With mathematics, it's mathematics.
And I understand that. And I'm not, and again, once you get, so the mathematics is used to see who's even gets in the door or who's even left over to deal with, is what we're saying. Then you look on the outside of it and you compare the number of marriages. If black women are married at a 20-some% rate, I think it's what 27% rate, right? Then you apply that shows that clearly because and it's 27%, so that means you got what 73% of black women that aren't married, right? And then that's closely correlated to the overweight and obese. I know correlation isn't causation, but again, if there's a there.
I see what you're saying. So we got 3 engineers: chemical, electrical, and mechanical. I can do this in 30 seconds. What's being presented is a vacuous truth, and a vacuous truth, as we all know, is then becomes true when the if is not defined or is incorrect in an if-then statement, right? What he's saying is, like with calculus 3, that is a study of the change of vector quantities. What he's saying is, with a vector quantity, the direction can be established, but it's the intensity or the magnitude that is not defined. So he's saying you can say you want a woman that's not obese, but to what degree? It's the magnitude that becomes undefined that throws your if then out the window. That's where the accuracy goes completely kaput. And that's an engineering speak. Did I say that right, Sean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, yeah. So just maybe if you can put it into that lens in vector quantities, it goes left right there. Because and that's where taste, personal preference, right? That's where the philosophy starts from math of all. And as you know, math
here's what it is. Here's what it is, right?
Changes over time.
Here's what it is, though, Aaron and Sean, right? It's fantastic. Told me if she ain't 250, he can't get busy.
There you go.
Right?
That's it.
So,
That's it.
What you say?
Lady, two something to do something, man.
So that's what I'm saying, though. So if
But that's the change over time. It was two something to do something yesterday. As he got older, it became 250 to get with, and then it'll be 300 to something. You know what I mean?
Wait. Here's what they are. Here's
all titties and ass.
Here's the argument, though, huh? Right? Essentially, two something to do something. 180, she ain't a lady. 250 to get busy. They all either overweight or obese, just based on even height, right? So, Mr. Fantastic, and you said niggas be fronting. They don't want no small, petite, skinny joints. Most niggas like all that meat on their bones. Feel me? So, literally, it's like, why would you even acknowledge that niggas Gronk GPT when you know even told niggas they like chicks with meat on their bones?
Yeah, no, but again, like you said, you're talking about the that's what that included women without kids too. There's no fucking way.
What you mean?
So he said women without kids and wasn't obese came up to 8 million. That was the total number of women. No,
that was the total 18 and 44.
Yeah, no, 18 to 44. But then once we did put all the parameters, we had 1.6 million, right?
Yeah. If you accept all those parameters.
Yeah, outside all those parameters, like you said. So now you've had what do you say? The damn near a 75% decrease in your options.
But the based on what they're presenting though, when you saw that, Mr. Fantastic, why you don't delete out the overweight part?
No,
you already told niggas they like that shit.
Overweight for me wouldn't even count. Obese, yeah, I would take obesity into consideration. But even still, if you just took out overweight, you're only gonna lose 20%, not even 30, 20. So 20% are overweight and not obese, and then it's like 60% that are obese, right?
But that still goes into the number of viable candidates. See,
and I'm
okay.
To marry, to take serious. We ain't talking about fucking. We talking about when he says viable, we talking about a woman that you're going to marry, have a family with, and hopefully stay married too once you get married. Most niggas don't want a super big, obese chick, bro.
But you're assuming viability. You're making assumptions as to the viability of people. Now, for you can say that, but you can't. Like even for the five of us up here, you can't assume viability. Now, multiply us by millions of dudes. You can't assume viability for us. You can assume that I care about a chick having. You know what I'm saying?
There's studies that are going to coincide to say the same thing. So then, like I said, you got to get outside of this and not just look at our anecdotal.
Yeah.
You can look at the studies and see the desirability of women goes down, the further along the obesity scale that they get, even for black men.
I think we can agree, right? Obese women. Let me just ask: is it a safe assumption to say obese women have less options than men?
Yes. That's why you niggas clown me. That's why you said 250 to get busy, asshole.
I don't know what we can assume. I'm gonna be honest.
We can assume that. We can assume that.
Yes.
She missing a front tooth, she got less options. If she qualified as obese, she got less options because he's talking about marrying, right? Being with, not on the 3 a.m. shit.
Yeah, not just getting some cheeks.
What qualifies as obese? My bad.
Yeah, do your thing. But it just and I think Beans, your mic not in. And I think that's just fair. I think that's a fair assumption. Right? But we know all don't mean all. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, a BMI of 30 or higher.
30% body fat.
Yeah, that was the problem.
All them chicks that niggas call thick, bro.
Yeah,
we been chicks thick forever. Like niggas. Why you acting like niggas?
What's up? What question? What is women's body? Oh, it's not body count. What is women's fat
body mass index, BMI?
Yeah, fat
allowance. There's higher than
it was like 25%, 20% or some shit.
No. 20%. You're not overweight until I think it's either 21 or 22.
That's what for men.
Women is higher. Women is somewhere between 23%, 23 or 24%. I think women has to be higher than men. So I want to say it's like 24, 25%. Well, let me see. Hold on. We can Google it.
Yeah, I think it's like 25%. What up, Beans? What's popping?
Did y'all ever settle on a number? Because I had stepped away for a minute so I could finish eating.
Nigga, I said good morning, nigga.
I know.
You didn't say it back. You started talking about numbers or something.
Yeah, 25. So 25% and over makes a woman 25% to 29.9.
Oh, you was born today?
Yes.
God bless, man. You still here, baby. You drink? I'm gonna take a shot with you. You drinking alcohol? What you doing, man?
Yeah, I got some tequila in there.
Mr. Fantastic just drank some hard liquor too. Paul, what you had, Mr. Fantastic?
Hey man, I just got this motherfucker, man.
He'd be working out early in the morning.
Wrong.
Like it ain't shit.
Hold on, we ain't taking the shot for the real one, or we skating today, Ham? What we doing?
Nah, we doing it. Let's get busy. Go to the kitchen, Beans. It don't take forever like you usually do. And don't come back with no chips.
It's shot o'clock. So
we taking the shot before we continue the conversation?
Yeah, let's do it. Don't come back with no chips, nigga. You heard that part? Hold on, let me get my shit. Hold on.
Keep the shot glass.
I got one of those without the insignia. Mr. Williams got a damn fire extinguisher? What the hell?
What's it say? Run out of the house? Oh, run for the road. Okay.
Burn it down?
Run out of the house.
Run out of the house is hilarious.
Fire! Oh shit!
That's made from our distillery here. This is a wine. Shit's powerful too.
Oh, that's right. You down there in
bourbon country.
You from there? Bourbon, yeah. Y'all got the best bourbon down there, man. Sour mash whiskey, all that shit. Yes, sir. People don't know the difference between bourbon and sour mash. You know what I mean? Like it's you know what I'm saying? Yeah, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Girl.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Sour mash, you just pour that on ice and let it sit for a minute.
Right.
Bourbon,
did it already?
Well, this shit 125 proof.
Took it already?
No. Wait on your ass. You told Bean not to
right here. Wait on.
I'm gonna hold this, but I'm gonna drink this.
Are you ready?
No doubt.
Yo, Beans, man, we love you. We proud of you. Keep grinding. You heard? I see all your morning shows and all that. So he back in his bag and shit like that. Feel me? So keep getting it, man. And then we hope that son doing the right thing. You get him and all that. So all praises, man. Salute.
No, salute.
Shout out to Beans. Salute, brother.
Salute.
Shit. Too early.
Beans right there.
Yeah. Salute to everybody. Appreciate the birthday shouts and all that. My man Granville, everybody who came to the class earlier. So salute to everybody. Now, Ham.
Yo.
I was trying to do the math. I ain't gonna lie, I had to start over like 4 times. Right? I was trying to do some math on my end. But if quickly, I'll tell you how I got to the number. Oh, no, that's what I was asking y'all. Did y'all settle on an actual number?
Of what part? Which
like
one?
The first number was 7,000, which was ridiculous, right? Then y'all added a couple zeros to it and made it 798,000. Did y'all settle on an actual number of how many viable women?
1.6 million.
Okay, so based on my math, that's too much. I got somewhere in between 400,827 and 404,618.
Are you using 18 to 30?
I'm using 18 to 45.
Damn. How you get
so
that?
Yeah, so I'm finna tell you how. So I did the math 2 ways. So the first way I did it was I took the 18 and older, right, which was 10,750,000, and then I took the never married percentage of that, which was 71%. Then I took the no kids percentage of that, which was 39%.
That's how you got it.
And then I took the no overweight percent of that, which is 20%. And that's how I got to 595, 335. And then the 67% of the 10.75 million are age 18 to 45. And that's how I got 404,618. But then I did it where I did the 18 to 45 first in the math, right? Which brought us to 7,310,000. Then never married, which brought us to 5,190,000. Then no kids, which took us all the way down to 2,024,000. And then not overweight, which brought us to 400,827. So somewhere between 400 and 4,000. And that's based on the data on them never being married, the percentage that's never been married, percentage never had no kids, percentage percentage that's 18 to 45.
Yeah. So the biggest thing that you did differently, based on what I'm gathering, is you took the married out. I think the married is a decent amount. Aaron, correct me if I'm wrong. You removed a couple other things too, but the married thing is one thing that Aaron had pinpointed, which is probably more of a real number, essentially. Because married women don't have to have children, right? So yeah.
But look, I think that highlights the fact of how assumptions can lead you to different places. In other words, we can cherry pick the data to get to totally different numbers. Fantastic didn't use the never married metric. Beans did. So that changes the whole number, the whole conversation. It paints a completely different picture. Also, never married. Having been married doesn't mean you're still married. Most marriages we know fail. So even that will lead us. We don't know where that's going to lead us, because having been
never married though.
Right.
Never married.
Having been married, so never married
never accounts for divorces.
Right. So never married doesn't mean, or if they were married, doesn't mean they're still married. So they could still be viable options, even though they were married, based on.
And the divorced women should be in the number.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So never married is not a reliable or relevant. It's not a relevant thing in this. We would have to know how many women are currently married and also have no plans of not being married, but not being.
That number is 29%. So that's the number. The number that I used was the number of women who, I'm sorry, I said never married. The number that I used is the number of women who aren't married. So the number married is 29%. So the number that I used is the number that aren't
married. Okay, I thought
that's my bad. I did. I said never married. I didn't mean it. I meant aren't married.
You speak intentionally most unmarried. I thought you meant never married.
Yeah, absolutely. I apologize. I meant aren't married.
So tell me something. With annulments or anything like that?
You're gonna tell me good morning first, and I'll tell you
anything. Good morning, everybody. My bad. Good morning to everybody.
What up, OG?
Right. Niggas in Kentucky, man. Kentucky don't got no manners, apparently.
Absolutely not.
He's got one birthday now. They just
damn.
Man. Niggas get married, they don't know nobody. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. I ain't gonna tell nobody else nothing.
My bad. What's up, everybody? Would y'all count annulments in that? Could that be added into that as well?
It will be. It would be. Aren't married would account for annulments, divorce, because they're not married.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you caught that.
Yeah. But so Beans, I think I like, so he takes out the married. I think that makes a difference in the numbers. But the number is lower, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, which goes towards the point that the dude who used Grok made to an extent. Mr. Fantastic, let me ask you, are you taking on the mantle for the nigga who did it point?
What you mean?
Like, these women ain't desirable. Are you wearing that today?
Yeah, that's what the numbers say.
No, I'm just asking. I don't want to put the jacket on you.
That's what the numbers say. The numbers say that black men do not have enough viable options when it's being said that the black men are the one that are not suitable. So yes, I'm definitely putting on that mantle because I'm taking the fucking onus and the bullshit off of us. When again, it's the other way around. Black men have less children, black men are outside of Asians, which again we know can't really count Asians because Asians are naturally small and they represent a very, very small percentage of the population. I think it's like 5%. Black men are the least obese between whites and Hispanics, right? We're naturally bigger, and that's with lean muscle mass, right? So even when we're quote unquote overweight or whatever, it's not truly that. It's not fat, it's muscle, right? So taking all those things into account, not even getting into the finance aspect of it, if we just go from the men that don't have kids to men that aren't overweight and you apply the same parameters, I would dare to say, hell, it's double the options. So there's twice as many black men that don't fit the criteria that the black women have in that same age bracket, and you have half the choice. Well, let's not say half. Let's say let's knock it down to 40%.
All right, so Beans, before you, I just want to hear Mr. Williams and then Shad and then Beans. You got the floor right back, and then you can ask your question. I just want to see what conclusion they made, if any.
The only metric that I don't agree with Fantastic is there's really no stat for men that don't claim their kids, are not on the birth certificates. So the women gonna always just get credit for having the babies, and the men that are not involved, there's no stat for that. So how can we say that it's just all these women have all these kids? Men created those kids too, but they're not on the birth certificates, or if they're a deadbeat father, then that's kind of like there's no stat for that.
Is he done? All right, cool. So again, bro, the mass majority of the fathers that don't sign the birth certificate, guess where they at, Mr. Williams? They on fucking child support. Okay, the CDC, when you take the census and shit, niggas don't be like, I ain't got no kids, and they really got kids. Men do censuses too. Okay, the amount of black men that have children is well under the black women. Black women have 1 million more children than black men. Let's please stop the madness and the bullshit. The majority of the fucking fathers are accounted for, bro. What you want? What percentage you want to give?
Mr. Williams, all right, Mr. Williams, what are you presenting? What do you think about all the data you've heard? What do you think?
Part of the argument, I think, should be busted up completely because there's no official stat for that, because you don't know how many men have actually created all these raggedy ass kids.
Okay, and you know what I got to counter that? So now, whatever number you thought it was, Mr. Williams, you think it's greater than 33%?
Hell yeah.
You think it's greater than 33%? Hold on. So you think over 33% of black men aren't accounted for and having kids?
Yes.
This might be risky.
All right, they got Miss Williams out of here for 10 minutes. Miss Williams will be back at 2:00. Shaw, what's poppin'?
Hey, hell, I'm smiling, man, because when I graduated grad school, well, let me go back to when I was an undergrad in biology. It was only 2 black men in my that graduated with me. When I was in my grad school, I was the only man to graduate. So it's just beautiful seeing so many black men being interested in statistics now. Because when I needed help for bio, I couldn't find no men to help me. So it's dope seeing all y'all be so interested in statistics now. let me just say this real quick. What y'all talking about is called a multiplicative probability equation. And you can't just use the numbers and multiply them with each other. It's like deeper things you have to do. You have to determine if there's normal distribution between the events. So the events would be things like the age, if she's childless, obesity. You can't just multiply the numbers raw like that. There's other things you have to do. You have to verify if there's normal distribution between the events. That means the likelihood of them to occur. I ain't gonna nerd that all the way. I'm just saying it to say, like, you can only come up with a slight estimate doing the numbers the way y'all did them. So I mean, for the sake of the conversation, you can use it just to, but it's not gonna be exact. Now, I hate that Mr. Fantastic saw that. He got to deal with this later because you went with it. Your first that 7,000 was crazy. The fact that you didn't second guess that, Mr. Fantastic.
Nah,
come on, bro. Come on, bro.
I did this back in 2023, bro. Like I said, I know it's way over 7,000.
I know, but I'm 7,000 is crazy. But other than that, I mean, I'm willing to talk about it. But just speaking on the numbers part, yeah, you got to do a little more than just multiply the percentages together. It's a little bit more complex than just multiplying the numbers.
But see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I don't like about you saying that. When you trying to solve for certain parameters, that's exactly what you do. Right?
What do you mean? Who is you? Wait, Beans. When you say who is you, are you talking a person that actually does the work for a living, or people who are trying to have a conversation?
Like what we're here. Okay, let me ask you this question. I'm talking about us, right?
Okay,
so
cool.
The person who does the work for a living. But I'm gonna say this. This is a yes or no question. Can anybody on planet Earth get the number down to single digits?
You mean accuracy?
Yes. Can anybody on planet Earth
pinpoint
get the number down to single digits? No, right?
No.
Okay, so then that's what I'm saying. That's a waste of time trying to make it like it's not going to be accurate. What we're trying to do is do quick math, right? We're trying to get to what they call a guesstimate, right? And so what we can use is the numbers that we actually have in front of us. We ain't nerding out and trying to solve for numbers that we don't have or information that we don't have. We're just saying, hey, if we know 20% is this, 60% is that, 70% is this. Well, now you just get to this number, and this number pretty much is, I guarantee you, I'm saying this. I'll bet whatever money you want to, Shad, that if there's a way for us to figure this out, that the numbers I got are almost right on the spot. I guarantee it.
Yeah, but what you have is a usable range.
We're talking about if we already know that 80% of women are overweight, what is there to do the hard math about? At that point, you're just trying to figure out who ain't married and who ain't got no kids and who is between 18 and 45.
So, Beans, you did hear me say that you could do a guesstimate. You could do, you could, like you saying, you can. If there's a range, I've talked about what's the term?
Confidence
standard deviation. I've talked about those confidence intervals. What I'm just saying, being we had these discussions, let's understand. You kind of just talking. That's kind of what it is. You're right. For the sake of the conversation, because if you don't do the due diligence, it's no exactness in what we're discussing. But right, for the sake of the conversation, I'm cool with the guesstimate. I kind of said that, Ben. I said,
do you think that number is accurate? 400,000.
I think I like your number, Beans. But Sean, here's the thing: we're looking at studies which most people agree are viable sources that would have done the work regarding intervals, likelihood, right? Extrapolation. We're using those sources, and then we're looking at those numbers from those sources and coming to conclusions from people that have already done the work, quote unquote.
Right.
So why would we be off if we saying the CDC told us 30% or 20% are overweight? What we're not being disingenuous. We looking at what the experts told us.
I didn't say that. I was speaking specific to how the math y'all created, the multiplying the percentages together. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the numbers as individuals. I'm saying you start taking these different percentages from different places and not considering, like I said, the normal distribution, the likelihood. Are they independent? Are these two variables independent?
Yeah. Can those variables be stacked, or is there overlap which accounts for the same
number? Right. You have to consider that when you start multiplying them together. That's all I'm saying.
But we covered that.
Aaron kind of already spoke to it. Honestly, Aaron said it perfectly. To be real,
but we covered that though. So you cover, and that's what the age range covers. The age range, right? So the age range is there. It'd be 18 to 30, 18 to 45, right? You're going to have a set number of black women that fit in that criteria. That's the most important part, the baseline. The baseline is the 8 million something that Sean pointed out for black women that fit between that age group. Then we applied overweight and obese, okay? Overweight and obese, no matter whatever else, all the other shit, if you're included in that, you're taken out. Now you're left with, what was the other one? No kids, okay? So kids are going to fall within the overweight and obese. That's going to overlap, right? But they took that in consideration in the math in doing the equation. So they did the math for that. They equated that with that.
Chat GPT. That's what you talking about. Chat GPT.
Hold on. Let me re-ask the question specifically. Did it say the women that were overweight and obese, once they were subtracted, did it subtract those same women from the kid category? If it didn't, then we would have to assume that there's overlap there.
The duplication, right? And you don't know the degree to which there's duplication.
Go ahead.
And I don't trust math to think that they were able to solve for that. I don't trust their math. I don't know who they are to begin with.
That's what I'm saying.
The only problem I see, Sean, is with the kids and with the marriage rate.
Yeah, you still at 80%.
Those are the only two places where you're gonna have where
one swallows up the other. One swallows up the other.
But you still because it's 80%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You-
So we already
then-
know we got
then-
20% of women that we dealing with.
Wait. So then would it make more sense to remove the whether or not they have kids and just use the obesity?
Well, no, that's important. The kids are still important.
Because how do we determine that the obese women aren't also the one that have kids? Like what is the
Got three calculus, three niggas up here. Let them explain it.
But the disingenuous part is saying that we have to do that, period. We shouldn't do that. When we're talking about viable, the 8.4 million is the viability number. And then you go to Beans, like, okay, who's married? Who's not married within that? That's what you need. This is the amount of women. Okay, of that 8.4 million, this many is unmarried.
70% is not married.
Can't determine preference. Okay, so
70% is not married.
Right. So 70% of 8.4 million, whatever that number is, right? So
Okay,
cool. That's the pool, that's the number. Now some niggas gonna want big girls. It could even BMI has been contested as unfair to black people, inaccurate as it relates to black people. So even that, so then that means that the obesity and the being overweight, that within itself is inaccurate. So that's why
the magnitude portion.
Yes,
of
Sean.
the
Yes,
part.
wait, hold on, fantastic. Yes, Sean, you're correct. But here's the problem, though, right? What's being said is this: instead of arguing what Sean like, what Beans like, what Shad like, what Fantastic like, let's just set a standard that all of us would be willing to accept, which is not overweight.
Exactly.
Right? And so if we have a number for not overweight, then that's the number that we will accept. Let's just set a standard instead of saying Beans okay with a kid, Sean okay with 2 kids, Iceman okay with 3 kids. Let's just say a standard that all of us would accept. No kids.
So you know what it is? Beans, you know what? Yeah, I like that, Beans. You know what you got to do? You got to basically say, what would you recommend to your son? Because motherfuckers always like, and for your baby boy, you're going to recommend the most optimal situation.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Mm-hmm. And so then what would that criteria be? Because just because us old washed up niggas will take a 250, whatever Mr. Fantastic said, that don't mean that's what we recommend. Feel me?
Absolutely.
Like, yeah,
and we can argue that shit is probably financially based for a lot of men.
So how do you do the same thing for overweight then? Since we okay, the child is easy. How do you do the overweight one?
Because we know what percentage are overweight. That's probably the easiest part.
Yeah, the overweight and obese,
right? We know what percentage is overweight. So that's easy.
No, I think you're saying. I think you're saying based off the standard.
Yeah,
that's
what I had to do. Hold on, what I had to do, HAMP, I had to figure out what percentage of women are over 45. And that's when I figured out, okay, once I did my math on that, it was like, okay, so 34% of adult black women are in between the age of 18 to 45. That's how we got the 7.31 million, right? So then it was take off for weight, take off for not married, take off for no kids.
Once you remove the absolute, right? Because you got them out the way. There's no
absolutely
to discuss that, right? Because they already past the age, yeah.
Yeah. Well, when you
cut off
take
the
things
17s
off,
and the 45s, right? Because you're talking about women anyway. So
But this is the problem. Y'all don't understand. This is a slippery slope because once again, y'all are cherry picking the data or cherry picking preferences. Because my thing can be women with a shoe size over a 7 because I'm women with big feet. So you once again, y'all can't.
Just got us a different look.
We
no,
don't.
you playing the cherry picking game.
That's a fact.
You playing the cherry picking game. You giving credence to everything.
No,
you saying I like big feet, which is diabolical. First and
What
foremost.
I'm trying to illustrate is that the women with kids, the overweight women, that those can be arbitrary because that we don't know how many people that applies to, and it's just as arbitrary as me saying women with big feet. Is my point.
Yeah, but Sean, when that's what we're saying, Sean, that's why we just set the standard. For the sake of the conversation, we setting the standard that most men claim and say, what you niggas say again, like this nigga keep doing, 250 is too heavy. All right, that would be obese for like 90 any woman that's under like 7 feet tall. All right.
Nothing done that shows you can't pull up right now anything that says that most men have said that. You're saying that.
It's irrelevant.
Number.
It's irrelevant though, Sean. What men do you know that will? What percentage of men do you think won't take it?
You say most men have said, dog. Y'all
okay, all right, let's run it like this.
I didn't say that.
I said it.
All right, let's do this. Okay. Do most this is weird. This is do most men like women with big feet. Can we eliminate that?
Oh,
or are we gonna
yeah.
make, like,
No,
women
niggas
love
don't
big
want,
feet?
she can't wear a size 12 men's.
I have no
Wait,
idea. I
wait.
pretty
Ham,
big all the time on Instagram. Literally, the
Ham,
bad chicks be having big ass feet.
Oh,
Literally.
Ham, you had it right the first time. What would you recommend your son? Because what Sean is essentially saying, and Shad will agree, the usable range that we are going to be forced to use by speculating, right? When we find just a standard, it's going to be too broad of a usable range anyway to be accurate with the conversation. Now, what you suggested, what would you suggest your son? Narrows down that range of usable data real nice and tight. It eliminates a lot of speculation, a lot of variables seen and unforeseen, and narrows it down to something we can all at least agree upon. I think that was the move right there. Otherwise,
let's do it like
the range is too broad.
All right, so what would you recommend? I don't
But
want
there
to
you
start
go.
another argument, but I'm gonna tell you this: I disagree with that BMI not being for niggas shit. I disagree with that. I think it give us a way to be lazy as fuck. Every time you see a fighter, the best fighters in the world look like us, and they fight at the BMI. So if they can achieve it all, that's what that is, hard fucking work.
Yeah.
Period. Like I don't know, I can't get with that shit.
Hell no. Get out of here, nigga. No, hold on. No, you're not getting away with that, nigga. A football nigga saying that? Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Go. I'm just saying, bro. I'm not
Football,
saying that. I'm not saying that the dude who's obese as a football player doesn't mean it ain't muscle. I'm saying that he geared his body to be obese for a purpose.
No, that's his fucking genetics.
What the hell kind of excuse is that?
Right, though. When I was on the O-line,
wait.
You'll never believe the shit I was able to do. You'll be like, he just did don't look like he could do that in a million years.
Aaron, that's what I'm saying. Aaron.
Say the same thing about women.
Linemen are hold on, please, real quick. Linemen are genetic fucking freaks.
They are.
Well, okay. But
You
we
have
also
a certain level of fucking genetics to be a lineman.
That's
So
true as
if
the baseline, but we shaped it though to something
you
usable.
can't eat yourself. You can't lift yourself to be that size 90% of the time.
Those
Is what I'm
guys
saying.
are genetic freaks, bro. Don't compare yourself to freaks. It's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
But Eric, that's what I mean. Hemp, that's what I'm saying. Most football players are going to be obese by the standard because you have
He's still obese, though. Is all I'm saying. It is what it is.
You can play two different things. You can compare fighters.
Fantastic. Here's the thing, because you know what don't change? Them joints,
Yeah.
them knees, them ankles.
Yeah.
And so when you look at guys who've been that big and strong and fast and running like that their whole life, you ever heard of Antoine Randall?
Yeah, Randall, yeah.
What'd he play? Receiver and quarterback. He go down the stairs sideways, bro. He can't walk. Dan Marino was walking and they got a limp and all. Yo, you even see that? Like it just your body is compromising that way. Them joint, his knees ain't 2 times the density.
My wife is out there massaging my back.
160 to 180 on the black women is a good looking thing.
She's out there rubbing my back in the chair.
My only problem with that BMI shit is 160 to 180 on a sister, somewhere in between 5'3" and 5'7" is nice, bro.
You fuck with it?
That's nice. Like that's what keep the strip clubs open.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So to some degree, I understand what you're saying about the laziness part of it, because that's true. But I'm just saying, like, to some degree, even though I do go back and I look at the old music videos, they wasn't this big,
bro.
Right?
No,
they really wasn't this big at all.
Like, even if you got buns, huh? Like they were little as hell in that video.
Yeah, they wasn't this big.
You know what I'm saying? We like it, right? But we also see that we are falling victim to a lot of this stuff with the different disease and the health and such, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like there's a bunch of correlations, that still go with it, even from the football players. And I know steroids and shit played a factor, but what's his name? And maybe this is a little bit too extreme, right? Just to be fair, but like Ronnie Coleman can't even move, bro. Like,
yeah, but that was because of the weight, though. That's what I'm saying. That's him, over pushing it with the.
That's the thing, though. So when you bench pressing, so even now, when you bench pressing 315 pounds, even if you can rep it, that is a lot of impact, right? Because the bones still go through the same wear and tear.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Yeah, the joints and shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The joints don't got that fortification. Say again.
I said Emmett Smith can barely walk.
Can't walk, bro. You know, so it's just a lot that goes into it. That's all.
But this is my question though. If we're making it a problem of preference, then why wouldn't we see more married black women?
Thank you. If it wasn't no problem, why niggas ain't marrying them?
Once again, you have an attribution problem. You're attributing them not being married to that. You can't do that.
I'm not attributing it. I asked the question, so I didn't even make a statement.
To do that. Once
Okay,
again,
so I didn't make a statement. I asked the question
in a biased way. We can take our end preference and use whatever we want to work towards that number, and that's what's happening.
All right, so you got
I'm asking the question though.
To take anything other than the number, the whatever million number. That's why it's not necessary to do any of that.
Is it the aesthetic? Is it them having a kid? Is it the attitude? What's the reason? Is it are you saying, Sean, it's the men?
No, I'm saying there's an unlimited amount of variables that we can use that can contribute to it. What we don't know is to what degree.
I don't think Sean could participate, right?
At all at this point. He nerd now. I need Southside.
If he's saying you can't
going up the rake, Sean. I don't need college.
Use anything for anything.
Yeah, it's a disqualified.
Participate.
Right? You can't.
Yeah, bro. We trying to have a combo, bro.
I need Sean.
I'm just saying, y'all right. I mean, if you keep it straight science, you can't participate in the conversation.
That's why I say you can't use some, right? Because you can always apply that, and then it's like, what's the point of even talking?
But this is using some. Is my point. Use it because you're using some.
Some like a motherfucker.
You know what I'm saying?
That's what. But those metrics are important, though, Sean. That's what I'm saying.
You told me Sean's name is Sean Sum Antonio.
The metrics we using are for a specific reason. It's the metrics we using are equal to 6 foot, 6 pack, 6 figures, 12 inches. Like we using the metrics that we know can.
But y'all fight.
If you offer this to a man ain't gonna say no.
No, what are we doing?
But
let's just talk about their bad behavior.
You have to show us how do we get to an answer then. If somebody says, well, hey man, listen, if preference isn't the thing, then why is only 29% of these women married? Then you, Shad, one of y'all super smart engineer ass niggas gotta show us how to do the math to get to the answer.
Beans, I never said preference wasn't a thing. I'm literally just simply saying we don't know to what degree preference is a thing. Or each preference. That's literally all I'm saying.
All right, but it's being belabored.
I can give you the math on preference.
But we belaboring the hell out of it though now. Like,
okay, let's settle it like this. If every black man was a millionaire, what percentage of them do you think would take fat women? I'm gonna go with 4. I'm gonna go with 4.
I don't know how many like fat. Look, let me ask y'all this. Is this fair, right? Is this fair, right? So we got the number of black women between 18 and 44.
Yeah.
To Beans' point, you said 70% are unmarried, right?
Yeah.
That equals 5,888,000 that are unmarried. Why not stop there?
Because
kids and overweight matters.
The factor because the obesity is the factor. Hold on. So Sean, wait. So Sean, now we gonna get into the science aspect. Y'all niggas won on the number shit, but now let's go to the science, right? So are we actually gonna make the fucking scientific argument that every unmarried woman is a viable option for marriage? All right, then. So let's not do that.
Let me read these real quick. TD with the $5 says, I remember calculus kicking my teeth in back in college, and I had to take all 4 of them, and I only took it in high school. The male feminist with the $2 says, please ask GPT live and show the results. All right, I'll ask in a second. DC Slim with the $2 says, what are we trying to prove or say about this? The undesirability. That's what is being proven or being said. And these factors contribute to the reasons why in which they aren't wed or in relationships. DC Slim with the $5 says, all of a sudden, y'all gym dudes worried about weight. That cosmetic muscle is going to y'all brain. CJ with the $2 says, fantastic on his own with that 180 ain't a lady-ish. Oh, he on his own with that 180. She ain't a lady.
Preference.
DC Slim with the $2. Most of y'all mamas big bone. Damn.
What the hell your mama got to do with a woman you want to put your dick in, brother? DC Slim,
man.
you going too far, brother. That's weird. You're
Black-
doing the black woman speak right now.
Black King with the 2000. If you over 140, you can't be my shorty. Okay.
From preference, once again.
The male, look at Sean. This nigga Sean.
Different preference.
Yo, Sean been wilding. Why you did that, Sean? It's not your birthday, it's Bean's birthday. You know that, right?
We can't make data say what we want, man. We can't.
God damn, son. All right, hold on. Let me finish these. The male feminist with the 5,000. 80% of black men have kids by 45. They led in erectile dysfunction. They are the least educated, healthy, employed. They earn the least and are the least present fathers.
Yeah, this got to be a bitch pretending to be a man. Please hit the link.
Wait, fantastic. I was going to say like this.
It's got to be a bitch pretending to be a man. Please hit the link.
When they lying though, like you just supposed to just say that and then keep going.
Yeah, they lying like a motherfucker, but I think it's Ask Abe. Ask Abe made a troll account or some shit. But yeah.
So Mr. Williams is back. The broke jeans with the 2000. Y'all forget about 40 plus non-childbearing age. Well, that Bean's equation, he did a good job of eliminating, a large, basically 95% of that, right? Essentially. Ezekiel, Shalom, was popping.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to my aunt, Ezekiel Ben Israel, who gets it. One membership, man. Shalom, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Welcome to the family. DC Slim with the 5,000. It's called cosmetic muscle. It's only for looks. Dudes get in shape for attention, not health. Stop the cat.
What?
Wait, hold on. Just so you know, Sean, you notice we never qualified for ugliness. Right? So we only qualified for stuff that we actually had data on.
Cherry picking the preference.
Let's do it like this. Let's do it like this, right? So you got your son. Son come up to you. He asks you about her body type. What body type should he pursue? What we gonna tell him, man?
Get a bad bitch that got some motion, that's accomplishing shit in life. That's what I'm gonna say.
Body type, you gonna say all of that?
Yeah, it's gonna start with her appearance. It's gonna go to
Sean. Hey man, you don't got a windmill. It's me, baby. So just her body, the physique, man.
Mm-hmm.
What we doing, man? What we doing? What we doing?
Whatever you consider a bad chick. Everybody considers something different a bad chick. Hey, bro, you know it's niggas on the team that willingly take one for the team and don't see it as taking one for the team, and we do. That's what I'm saying. Whatever you consider a chick.
So he's saying, yo, Pop, I want her to be Uncle Fantastic told me 250.
180. 180.
110. Whatever he said, 250, 180. That's what Uncle Fantastic told me. You just gonna say whatever Miss Fantastic, whatever you like?
Nah, I'm gonna say what he considers a bad chick because it's individual.
All right, let's go. Go ahead, Sean.
Can we do this again?
Yeah.
All right, come on.
They didn't give me twice in a week.
Come on,
Let's
Sean.
get it,
That was
Jason.
last week, nigga.
Man, me the next day at work leaning.
That was
Nah, man, it's early too. And it's hot outside.
I'm going to the gym after
Nigga came to
That's
the
why
party,
you're
bro.
inside.
for the hood.
Yeah, you know.
Cheers.
For the old Sean.
Good
I'm
shit,
just
Jay.
asking Miss Fantastic how tall she was. Like, what's the minimum height for 180?
That's for her to be like perfect.
No, I'm just saying when you say 180, is there like a height requirement too?
Nah, for 180, nah. You talking about 200? She got like it's gonna be right, like perfect around that 5'9" or better range. 180, she can be anything down about around 5'6", 5'5", depending. As long as a lot of titties and a lot of ass.
But look,
I got this shit. I got it to an art, baby. I got it to a science.
I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it.
From Georgia, baby. I ain't playing with.
That's what I'm saying, Sean. Notice we didn't qualify for any of that stuff. Those are the real preferences.
The amount of qualifications, bro. I don't do nothing over 5'8". I don't do Bigfoot chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like, just saying, it's a lot of qualifications, bro. And we, like you say, Beans, we ugly chicks.
Right. That's what I'm saying. We ain't qualified for that. We really saying this, Sean. But look, we really saying this, right? Here's this number. This is the foundational number. Now it could be more than this. More than likely, it ain't gonna be less. It could be more than this. But if it is more, it's probably only gonna be by about several 100,000. And that's
very small percentage of men that want it, willing to take it serious.
And then you got to consider this too. So one of the things that I looked at was the reason why I knew that the Chat GPT earlier, if you rewind, I knew that the Chat GPT was wrong as soon as they showed it. Because first of all, black women ain't 17% of the population. If we all together only 13 to 14%. Yeah. But I'm looking at it, I'm like, the median age, I think, for black women is like 30. Depending on who you ask, you either gonna get 32, 33, or 36, depending on which source you trust.
Yo,
right?
listen.
So that's why I had to figure out, okay, what is the exact number for 18 to 45? You see what I'm saying? So if you're just qualifying, right? It's just qualifiers, Sean. That's all. It's just qualifiers. And it is saying if you want a woman who is under what is considered overweight, don't have no kids, and ain't never been married, and it is in this age range, more than likely, these are the number of those chicks that you have to choose from. Now, what I was going to argue on some devil's advocate type shit, though, was that for black women, it's still the same, no matter what we try to say, right? This argument that we try to present to them that it's somehow, oh, no, it's them too. First of all, they outnumber us by 2 million, right? So even if all of us picked one, it would still be 2 million of them without a man. Right. But then you got to consider also the married version of us was about 36%. Then you got to consider the gay ones. And then you got to consider their so-called preferences. Not this tall, don't got this money, and this and that. So when they're complaining about it not being enough, quote unquote, viable, attractive men, they're not necessarily lying.
No, they definitely lying. I can tell you why and how, right? Because look at their baby daddies. So if your baby daddy got viable. If your baby daddy got a hook arm and he fucking 5'2" and he fat as fuck, you can't therefore come after the fact and say, oh no, the nigga that's 6 feet and make just under 6 figures. See, this is where y'all get the hoes too much grace, and we got to step in and stamp the bullshit.
Niggas be having fat ass too, bro. What are we saying?
Be shit across the board, just general shit, like you said. Hey,
and then what they say about men?
This is
you can't fuck a fat chick and then not apply that same calculus to who you choose to marry.
No, you can't get her pregnant. You can fuck her all day long. You just can't get her pregnant.
Right. But I'm saying, like, when you say you can't have this guy for a baby daddy, but then expect your husband to be a thing. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That's how they look at it. You can fuck a fat chick and then expect your wife to be a thing.
Aaron, you conflated Aaron. Where a man puts his dick don't mean that's something he want to put up with.
No, I know the truth. I'm saying that's what they'll do.
No, they won't. Well, even if they do it, we as men, we can just knock that shit down because again, I didn't put no baby in her. I gave her throat babies. You feel me? So it is what it is. It's just a body.
So
right?
you're equating baby with marriage. You're qualifying them in the same category. Well, that's what a delineation. Okay,
one is serious than the other. One is far more serious than the other. So again, if you were willing to, and even more so, I'm glad you even brought that up. You were willing to have a baby by this nigga that's missing an eye, and he got a limp when he walked. Okay, you didn't get married to him. That's even a worse fucking part on your character.
Listen, I can tell you where this is gonna fall apart. I'm afraid to say it because I feel like I love you, but I feel like you're gonna be disingenuous. But I'm gonna say it anyway. So if this chick that nobody really wants somehow gets to get with a quote unquote man of means and all this other stuff, and then he somehow accidentally gets her pregnant, is that man now her level?
Is that so he's an undesirable female that gets pregnant by a desirable man?
Just so we can make sure it's understood, because we tell them all the time, just because a man sleeps with you don't mean that that's your level, because any man might sleep with you, right? But if that same man puts a baby in her, now is that man her level?
Mm-hmm. That's kind of all right.
If he's dumb enough to slip up and be leagues upon you and then leaves a baby in you, I mean, I guess it's fair to say.
Thanks, Beans. I should have did it like that.
She's able to say, and women do this, and y'all know women do this. Oh, my baby daddy do this, and my baby daddy do that, and so on and so forth, la la la. So women judge the men after like the most successful man she's ever had. So she makes it so whatever her whatever if she the highest she's ever reached is a guy that say makes $60,000. You know what I'm saying? she talking shit to every nigga that make 40 or lower. You feel me?
Beans, what was your question? You don't have to recap. I just want to know what
Yeah, the question was like, you know, if we're gonna say that the woman that has a kid with the ain't shit nigga, that's her level. Then if she has a baby with the nigga that's high value, say so to speak, does that mean that that's her level? Because we tell women all the time that, you know, they brag to us. I got a lot of men with money that be trying to hit on me, and we always say, yeah, they just trying to sleep with you. But if the qualifier is the baby, right? If that's the thing that makes the difference on whether or not that's your level, then a lot of these chicks who be having these kids by these quote unquote high value guys, that's their level, and niggas got to stop making that argument with them.
But most of those kids aren't. I mean, most of those women aren't fucking booger wolves though. Beans, come on now.
It's not about them being booger
all
wolves.
Anthony Edwards baby mamas is at least decent.
See,
Are better.
now here's where we give viability to Sean's argument, right? No matter how annoying it was, right? And I need to go to the gym, but I also want to take another shot specifically because of Sean's conduct. All right, I just want to make sure that's very loud and clear, okay?
Yeah.
Right. He dressed like Kasim today. I'm pissed off at this nigga. So, like, what? So, Beans, right? When we said, does this talk to the reason why they ain't married and etc., you know? So let's just keep it tall. Let's say you move the numbers aside from the nigga who fucked up the chat GPT on Twitter, then Mr. Fantastic brought it over here and we destroyed it. Let's just take all that outside. You know what I'm saying? What's the main issue with black women? Like, is there an issue? What's the issue? Why do we get married at a 8% more click than them? And that seems to be trending in that direction. Is the desirability thing in question? Like, what do y'all see in the earth? That's what I'm asking.
Trashy ass behavior.
Yeah.
Trashy ass behavior, man.
You know, it is behavioral, I think, more so than anything else. I do think, if I'm not gaslighting myself, that there is a weight problem. And it's like I said, when I go back and I look at Rump Shaker, you know, 2 Live Crew videos and stuff, and what we was gawking at and trying to hurry up and make it home for MTV, your MTV Raps and Rap City and all that to catch those videos. And I look at the women now and I'm like, damn, they are bigger. And they do have the baby mama arms, even when they ain't got no kids, right? Like
collard green,
huh?
Collard green throwing arm.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So the weight thing, I believe, is definitely an issue. That the women have kind of put themselves in a space with their weight and with their behavior, to where the majority of them are viewed as something to play with and not something to invest in.
Damn. Shot. Damn.
I'm trying to find a concise way to say it.
Go ahead, just say it. I'll stop you when you take it too long. Go ahead.
You know, I can do that sometime. Like, I think it's commitment issues. They don't have not seeing it in the home, the way they kind of move early in life. You know, they play with their options too. And when it's time to get really serious, I think a lot of times the idea of long-term commitment, they have a fear of it. It's more than what they actually are honest about. Like, we talk a lot about cheating, but outside of like cheating, there are other aspects of commitment that I think the majority of women don't really understand, and then don't have an appreciation for it. It feels like work, like what it takes to really. And I think men are hearing that, and that is, you know, one of the reasons why guys are like, "Nah, I'm cool," because at some point it ain't gonna be what it was in the beginning.
Okay. I can understand.
When I hear a lot of women who are not married, who are single, the way they talk about relationships, and even I've been privy to women who had a guy. Like, I'm thinking about in my last relationship, but sometimes she would tell me some of the things her and her friends would talk about their husband. I was just like, damn, I wonder if dude heard that, how would he feel about his wife saying that in a group chat? I don't know. It just
okay. Yeah, the group, oversharing is an issue for sure.
Yeah.
I just wonder if that's specific to the women. Because I want to get one more reason why. Not Sean. Aaron.
I'm trying to keep it simple. When they say men are from Mars, women are from Venus, men are stupid, women are crazy. Black women double down on that. I think they are the most desirable, the most wanted, the most attractive women. They're just also the furthest out their tree. They're the most nuts, and then they're the highest propensity to be delusional. I think it's really that simple.
Damn. What you mean? You say delusional, didn't say simple behind it. Shit,
No,
yeah.
we're the simpletons. They're the crack ups. They're out of their tree. They're off the nut, but that's all right. We love
Desirable
them.
about who, Aaron?
The world,
really,
including us, especially us. Desirable by those who count. Motherfuckers look like the people on this panel. How about that one?
So that leads me to this question. Because desirability, the difference, right? We assessed, it took so long with the women just because we were assessing those stats and etc. Do you think, Mr. Williams, that black men in the earth are touted as more desirable than black women?
No.
Why?
No. There's some horrible ass looking men out here, man. There's some horrible ass niggas, boy. Ashy and all.
Y'all not want me to go to the gym?
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck going on.
I see a lot of desirable women more than men, man.
Try this, Playboy.
It's called being heterosexual.
Take a shot and do it again.
What the fuck is going on right
I'm just saying, like, hey.
He said niggas is ugly. So that's why.
Right. Y'all know y'all be out here, man. Y'all see it with a woman and be like, why the hell is she with you?
Mr. Fantastic kicked him off.
Oh, y'all won't keep sniping me today.
Yo, that is funny. Hold on.
This might be risky.
I'm not doing it today, man. I'm not allowing no black man slander. I'm not allowing no black man slander today, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. This nigga live in Kentucky. Hell, look up the obesity rate in fucking Kentucky.
Oh, Kentucky was like the top 3 or 4 states. I think we looked it up before.
Yes. Yeah, obesity, poor, all that shit. Get them out of here, bro.
So,
Sean, what you horrible. What say? Terrible. They terrible up there. Get them out of here, man.
He said niggas out here ugly. So that's why. Yo, being said, because you heterosexual, nigga.
Yeah, exactly. Niggas supposed to be ugly to you, nigga. Jesus Christ. Talk about these hoes looking like TD Jakes Jr. though, looking like Flavor Flav and Lil Boosie. Goddamn.
Damn, son. Sean, what you think? Comparatively speaking.
Yo, black men are the most desired men in the world. Everything about us, our appearance, our swag, our culture, we lead the way in everything. Literally everything. Everything.
So you think comparatively we are more desired?
Absolutely.
And why is that? Just what is it?
I just what I said. I think it's literally like our swag. It's the rumors of our endowment. You know what I'm saying? It's the way we speak. It is the level, whether you want to call it aggression or assertiveness, is that nobody got that like us in the way that we got it. In a way where it's just like it can be appealing to them. They love that shit. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, we smart as shit. If you really think about it, we're the most everything. Creative, intelligent, all that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? According to the women, endowed, we all that shit, bro. We got all the sauce. All the sauce be coming from niggas. Like real talk.
But we are the least marriageable if you base it on Western standards of marriage.
I don't know if I agree with that, if I'm honest.
Yeah, niggas don't know how to be faithful. Let's just be honest.
But shit, I don't think white niggas do either. So shit, it ain't that much difference between us and them.
White niggas.
They be cheating on Maddie with Caitlyn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Wait. If we're the most
white
attractive,
men will actually be more.
wait, if we're the most attractive, can you expect us to be the most? I mean, like that kind of flies in the face of what he just said before. I mean, yeah, we should be men of our words, right? When you get married, you should be faithful. But if what he says is true, that we are by far the most attractive, doesn't the struggle to remain faithful within marriage kind of speak to that a little bit?
Maybe it doesn't change what is.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm just using one thing as correlation to prove the existence of the other.
You're excusing it, right?
No.
Wait, but I don't. When I say excusing it, I don't mean forgiving it. I mean making the reason.
Explaining
right?
it. Give it an explanation.
Use an excuse to be an asshole. But I'm saying you're excusing it. But what I'm saying is it's still true, right? Like I think white men absolutely are more likely to be faithful, I believe, than black men are.
I don't
no matter who we marry, that shit be ending in divorce. Everybody, Asians, and they marrying everybody else besides their own, and they leaving. Hispanics leaving, white leaving, like blacks leaving. So, I mean, I'm just saying we're gonna be true. We got to be true about everything.
It's the desirability. People they love niggas. They love us.
Absolutely.
It just is what it is. Like they love black women too. So I don't want them to think I'm saying that. I'm just saying I think the black man is the most desired in the world in general.
Until they get you, and then they don't like you because you ain't faithful.
Right, we were just talking desirability. That's all I'm saying. Just desirability.
Nigga won't keep his dick to himself. Like that shit is crazy.
Desirability.
So if it's desirability, fucking is what makes you desirable.
Yes,
we know black women fucking.
Yes, if it's about looks and endowment, of course.
They fucking too.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, man. Listen. Black men are more desirable than black women simply because black men finally have the attention of the world, not just America, but the world. All right, you got the HAMP. You did the interview with the Turkish lady they thought was German or some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Brothers are traveling and the narratives are being killed. So you had 30 plus years of narratives, thugs, horrible fathers, all these different things and so on and so forth. Now you get shows like yours where you get black men to get to come here. We got 3 fucking engineers up here. We got what Shad, what are you, brother? Biological statistician. What's your classification, brother?
I work at public health. I'm not a statistician though.
Yeah, but what's your degree in, brother?
Public health, master in public health.
Your masters or masters.
Yeah,
so again, we get brothers that get up here and get to articulate themselves, even though we may disagree, quite eloquently. And like Sean said, man, the charisma, the physique, the any and everything about it, you get to see the regular everyday black man and not just the Tupac or the 50 Cent or the rapper, the athlete, and so on and so forth. So women want what? Women want provision and protection. Again, we the biggest, strongest, fastest. And, for the most part, ain't nobody trying to really fight no niggas like that. Okay. All right. If you got to pick between Mr. Chan, we already know, hey, that Bruce Lee shit been motherfucking, out the window for about 40 years. All right.
Go ahead. You ain't alone, Beans. Go ahead.
So,
ain't nobody doing no karate no more. You feel me?
I want Fantastic to know that he just changed my mind. This whole time I've been in agreement with y'all. I'm pretty sure if you go back to any of my old videos, I was saying the same thing. But now he just made me realize that this is wrong. That black men are not more desirable than black women. I'm glad now I can change up my stance. I don't have to be wrong anymore. And here's the metric that I will use. And I know you're gonna say this is unfair, but fuck that. It's 2025, right? Who do you think will make more money on OnlyFans, the black man or a black woman? The baddest black man versus the baddest black woman.
The liquor talk. The liquor, brother. Chill out. We're gonna strike that from the record, and then it's your birthday, so you didn't just say that.
It's okay to answer the question.
Hey, let me ask. Yeah. Let me ask.
Don't ask me nothing. I asked the question.
He would make more money.
Men.
Who would?
Men.
He would.
Men.
Yeah, the niggas. I don't
The
think.
niggas. Hey, Beans, you know how you know this? We see women paying over $1,000 just to take a fucking awkward picture with Chris Brown. Think about it. An
Not even
awkward fucking picture with Chris Brown. And
Absolutely. So watch this. They pay $1,000.
That baby made $40 million in 48 hours.
It's women, no question. It's women, no question. It's women, no question.
Now, you remember the nigga that ran? I think he ran to Columbia or whatever, right? The herpes nigga. Anyway, black male performers get more because they have a bigger audience of people that they work with, and they get more. So I understand now. If you're talking about volume beans, yeah, because there are far more women. But if you were to take the small number of men, black men especially, and look at what they're earning and what they're getting in comparison to all the rest, you have far more black women out here that's making pennies, right? We agree, correct? All right, she's
oversaturated to your point.
Light bill, right?
But it's oversaturated to your point.
Yeah, it's a small percentage of men that are doing it, and then a lot of these black dudes that get names off of that because of whatever. So if we talking about results,
see, this is what I'm saying. You got to think about it. First of all, you just gave me my argument. You said it's oversaturated with the women, right? Which meaning Lizzo got an OnlyFans, right? Like,
yeah, but Lizzo,
the dudes who you talking about, they ain't.
But now I got to be Sean though. I got to be Sean on this one. So no, so Lizzo got an OnlyFans, but Lizzo's not doing anything.
No. I'm sorry. Hold on. That's my fault. When I said Lizzo got an OnlyFans, I didn't mean the actual Lizzo. I meant Lizzo built bitches.
Type women. I got you.
Yes. So those are some of those women who are included in the numbers for the females on OnlyFans, right? So I'm saying if we go to OnlyFans, we're talking about adult material, right? And the men who are getting money, I'm pretty sure they don't look like me, right? They may look like me with the face, but they don't look like me with the body. I know that, right? So what I'm saying is, yeah, if you talking about the fact that it's a whole bunch more women and they look like everything, I mean everything, right? So we don't want to include them. That's why I said the baddest man on earth versus the baddest woman. To Sean's point, yes, people paid $1,000 to get next to Chris Brown, but from what I'm hearing, niggas was paying $2,000 just to get into Beyonce concert.
Women,
they weren't even paying that to get next to her. They were just paying that to go see her.
Beans, here's the argument. They would have paid $2,000 to take a picture with Beyonce. The women. That's why that Chris Brown shit don't resonate. Right. Come on, you like they paying that shit. Beyonce just don't do that shit.
But that's we said who would make more OnlyFans. I would assume women wouldn't be the ones signing up for Beyonce OnlyFans. It would have to be niggas.
You crazy?
No, it wouldn't. Like it was men that were signing up for Bad Baby's OnlyFans. I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So what if Brown had an OnlyFans? Do we think that he wouldn't make millions?
You have to give a comparative, though.
Yeah,
you have to.
This conversation. I know y'all niggas gonna be drinking, but we're not finna talk about niggas and OnlyFans. We gonna move on.
Yeah, we're not talking about what they're doing, though. We're just talking about the platform.
Women will make more money on OnlyFans.
No.
Yeah, we're just talking about the platform, right?
No, that don't matter, brother. No, we let's lose another example. Let's move on.
Always women would make more money.
Yeah, I'm just saying the women will make it's okay for you to concede. We can move forward if you concede.
No, I'm not gonna concede, brother. But you the one up here talking about the baddest niggas.
Niggas making more money on OnlyFans though.
Like the real but fantastic. The real truth is that at the end of the day, if you take away the provider protection aspect, men lose a lot of that desirability, and that includes black ones. Right. So that's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, the women themselves will get picked virtually just off how they looked. Their desirability is based on their 99% on how they look. Right?
That's not true.
Beans, now you just helped my point, and Beans, you just destroyed your own point, because if that's the case, why aren't they getting picked? If women don't gotta have nothing, all she can need is a pussy.
All right.
Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, say something before them two keep talking again.
Go ahead.
Shy, don't listen to him. Hemp is drunk.
No,
he said shy, but he meant beans.
No, because you and Miss Fantastic gonna go all day. Go ahead.
We're gonna stop. We're gonna stop. I promise. We're gonna stop. I just want to say this one thing. But fantastic.
No promise for him. He talk a lot too.
I'm good. This nigga talking about OnlyFans. I ain't giving no more OnlyFans. OnlyFans.
See, we moved past it. You bringing it back up. but fantastic. This is what I'm saying though. The woman, right? What I'm saying is the desirability in itself is just based on her. By your own admission, the desirability in men also includes provision and protection. So if the women themselves, all they need is to be themselves and look good, and then you have a vast majority of men who can't provide or protect, you can't argue that we're more desirable. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not true.
What's
You know
not
what they love
true?
more than oxygen beans? They love dick more than they love oxygen, my nigga. They love a fine nigga more than they love oxygen, my nigga. The
Yes,
shit
but
that
it's only 10% of niggas I find. So
the
you
shit
making
they,
my point for me
but
even more.
I'm just saying dick, bro. They love dick. Hey, an ugly nigga with a big dick still be getting pussy.
Okay, but you just said fine. So which one is it?
But
Your fault, Chad. Your fault.
He unattractive.
I'm trying to let him figure. I'm trying to let him figure it
Okay,
out.
come on, Sean. Come on. With your
So,
PhD ass commentary. Come on.
Y'all
hit
good.
the end button on this. This shit sound fucking crazy. Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead. Nobody from Chicago talk, nigga. Go ahead, Sean.
I ain't mad for saying women are more desirable. Y'all sound crazy.
Yeah,
I'm
me and you
bragging on
right,
men and
Sean.
shit.
I'm thinking about the talking points, right? Like black men are desirable. Then I'm thinking about like how we often say that only a minority of men are getting out of action. So I'm just wondering, just for the sake of the conversation, like, is it really that like black men are more desirable, or is this like this? It's like this small piece of men in all races who get out of women. The tall, handsome, dark dude in every group of men are the ones that get the action. But from what I hear y'all say, the majority of black men ain't getting no action. So
Get mad, Sean. Look at his face, Sean. Look at Sean's face. You gotta rewind it back when you first said it. He knew you was facilitating the last argument that I was having. He started laughing immediately.
Yeah, because I was waiting to kind of get that in because I'm like the talking points kind of collide right now because we make it seem like all of us them guys, but when we talk about each other, that's how we talk about it.
And Shad, to your point, right? The desirability was predicated off of sex.
Right.
So yeah, 30% niggas getting cheats, and any one of them could get. You know what I mean? Anytime they feel like it.
Yeah.
Look, I'm forcing myself to take a side because I would have fucked up the conversation and I would have got kicked off if I said there's no way to quantify who's more desirable. So I'm forcing myself to take a side, nigga. Don't argue not, nigga.
If we go off Shad premise, yo, Shad, they got more kids than niggas.
Yeah, that's what we say.
Niggas.
That's just dumb.
They got more engagements than niggas.
That's poor pussy management.
Come on, see, it's hard. See, how do you
tell you what it is?
That's not no motherfucking desirability. Niggas a nut in a motherfucking in a warm hot dog bun. Come on, what are we talking about here?
Absolutely, but you said niggas is supposed to protect their sperm. So if they ain't,
yeah, they are. Yeah, but again, niggas not supposed to run red lights either. And what they do, you can still get tickets.
Which
so what I'm
means the
saying,
niggas ain't desirable.
At the end of the day, the desirability aspect of it, where you're talking about black women, I agree with Sean. Black women have a very, very high requirement for sexual desirability and physical attributes and things. We're talking about the women outside of black women. Okay, we're not counting them. We already know it is what it is. Black women are the only group of women out here talking about 100K ain't no money. I've never heard Sue Ling say that shit. I never heard Maria say it. I never even heard Becky say that. Black women are the only women that's talking about they're not going 50-50. I don't hear fucking Sue Ling. I don't hear Becky. I don't hear Maria. Okay. So again, I'm not just talking. I wasn't just talking about the sexual aspect of it. I'm talking about a man being able to do a man's duties, and then the other physical attributes that come with it. Other groups of women are taught to look for men that are dependable, that morals, values, all those different things, so on and so forth, and whatever, right? And then of course, all the other shit is a plus. If we just talking strictly about black women, he got to be 6 feet, 6 figures, 6-pack, 16 inches, and all the other shit. That's the difference. So we're not talking about the desirability within our own fucking demographic. We're talking about how it is opened up, for everybody else globally, not just nationally, but globally.
Hamp, say out loud that I can review this.
You can review it.
Because this shit got to stop, man.
Yo, but you sitting right here, Beans. Go ahead, talk to him.
Nah, because Fantastic is on some bullshit. When he says that he not hearing the Hispanic woman or the white woman saying that same shit, that shit is bullshit. The biggest red pill show in the space is whatever, and they have way more white women and way more Hispanics than they have black women, and they be the main ones up there talking that shit about not going 50-50. That shit is roommate, and about motherfuckers making 6 figures at a minimum. Okay, so let's just stop it. Okay, we did have 3 straight years, or 2 to 3 straight years of Kevin Samuel presenting our women saying the same shit. I understand that, but the white women are definitely leading this movement. Let's not get that misunderstood, right? And if you look at the numbers, their marriage numbers are also going down because their women are buying into this Western ass bullshit as well. Okay, but if the argument was that, this is what I want to know. When we said black men were more desirable, we saying they were more desirable than black women, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it wrong for me then to say you necessarily can't even include the shit that other men can do? You can't say that provision is a reason why black men are desirable to women when apparently everybody was talking about we at the bottom of the totem pole as it pertains to money. So it can't be a provision thing, right? Maybe it's a protection thing if you look at it and say, yeah, most people will look at black people and think, they big and they bad. So you may be talking about sexually attractive and physically a physical prowess that says he can defend me, right? But so that's what I'm saying. If you take away the money part, that the protect, that shit ain't even in there. All I got now is that you think I'm sexy and that you think I could fight. There's no way you're telling me those 2 criteria will compete with a sexy woman, a good looking woman.
Well, no, so you got it. Well, and again, the data shows it. Black women are the least even in dating apps, they the least replied to. They release like all those different things, right? But I can come back to that.
No. Okay, wait. Let me just confirm one thing. When we say desirable, are we talking about marriage?
We're talking about both. We're talking about overall.
Yeah, because if we talking about marriage, then I'm not gonna argue. But I thought when we say desirable, I just thought we talking about getting rid of it.
Not the main part, but marriage is a part of it. But
I ain't gonna argue with you.
So no. And the reason why, this is why I made the distinction, right?
Yeah.
So what a lot of people, black men especially, misunderstand or don't understand is the fact of the matter that black men were not looked at as providers due to all of the propaganda black women have been saying over the last 40 years. Mm-hmm. So that's why you have to include provision in the fucking equation, because now these women see that black men are indeed providers. So it's not that we're doing anything outside of any other group of men. It's the fact of the matter that the propaganda and the lies have been disproven. So women are now considering black men for more than only just the physical, like you said, more than just beating a nigga ass and dicking a bitch down. Okay. So
can I ask you?
Go ahead, whoever it is.
The reason why y'all are measuring.
Foremost.
What's going on, people? What's going on, people?
What's going on? How you? Go ahead.
The reason why y'all are measuring y'all likability according to what black women are saying, and it's the first time y'all been able to date outside your race freely and get a different perspective from other women. So y'all are judging y'all attractiveness according to what black women have been saying for the past 70 years.
How many years?
70.
Oh, okay.
And let me this is most another important thing. Listen, please stop making black women look worse and worse by bringing up black men having the lowest marriage numbers. It's called a negative coefficient. Okay, black men, every group of men date at an 80+% rate of their own race of women. Okay, and marry, right? So if we're connected to the only group of women that have a higher divorce rate than marriage rate, it's literally impossible for us to ever have a high marriage rate. So please, I know it's been a lot of math done today, okay? But please just take that simple fucking concept and stop making yourself look like dumbasses. And even worse, black men can never be successful in marriage connected to the women that are worse at marriage.
Yeah, like if women are keep he's right. If women are keep divorcing the men that are trying to get in relationships with, it's gonna make that number look bad. And then we won't look at the women to see what their issue is or why they can't stay into the relationship. We stay looking at the dude.
So y'all.
Oh, then all of the numbers are relevant to the time.
Well, Beans. Let me ask him this question. Yardy and Fantastic, Mr. Beans. Well, how old are you, Beans?
28.
So 48.
Man,
Okay.
fuck y'all. I'm trans-age-o.
Y'all
don't get to predetermine my age for me.
Beans, I apologize, but we call Mr. Williams Mr. Williams, so you there. Mr. Beans said that black men are the correlation amongst the highest divorce rates with all women of other races, including black women. Is that right, Mr. Beans?
No.
Okay, what did you say? Just say it clearly.
Yeah, I was basically saying the other races. I didn't say it with our own race.
Sorry. Okay, yeah. So he said so Yardy, that black men have the highest divorce rates with white women, right? Beans?
Asian women and Hispanic women, yeah.
Yeah, so what it would be with, what do you think about the common denominator being us, essentially, with marriage rates between other women?
Is he getting that's my fault? Is he getting that stat from that's been circulating the internet? That they got from a 2002 survey that they pulled from the 80s and the 90s.
No, but let's just say that it's true. What would your response be?
The issue still wouldn't be black men. White women divorce their white men all the damn time. And they come back on TikTok and say, "Oh man, forgive me for divorcing my white man and take me back."
But Yardy, but what you also just said was that the white women behave the same as black women. So now, what do you deduce?
I said that white women, when they're married to white men, they divorce their white men all the time over dumb shit.
Yeah, like black women.
Goofy.
Yeah, no, you said, and then look at how much the black women are divorcing the men that want to be married, allegedly. But you're saying that they have the same behavior. So what's the difference?
No, it's not the same behavior. The difference with black women is that black women are divorcing black men based off of what you call not being providers, or he's not sexually attracted enough, or whatever else they say.
Where you get that from?
That's what the whole internet been saying.
Where'd you get it from?
Y'all gonna stop this right now.
Stop what? That's what the internet. That's what black women get up on YouTube and say. I divorced my man because he wasn't sexually attracted.
And why are the white women divorcing?
He didn't look good enough, or he wasn't spending this on me enough.
Yeah, okay. Why are the white women divorcing?
Because you look on TikTok, they saying that my man is too controlling. My man won't let me do what I want to do. He won't let me get a job, etc., etc. Go on TikTok and you'll see him.
Yeah. So the problem with this again, HAMP, is not that it's the same behavior, but it's not at the same rate. So the rate is the issue, right? So as much as white women,
Mr. Fantastic,
that's a crazy argument.
Mr. Fantastic, you do this every day. Give Yardy a chance to defend it, nigga. We know what y'all say.
Sabotaging right now. Y'all ain't.
No, Yardy doing a very, very decent job. Let him finish. Salute to Yardy. This is his first time here. You trying to?
I know. And Beans, he be playing both sides over there.
Leave Beans alone. Beans said Yardy.
Beans picked his side already. I'm riding with the women.
When you look at the correlation, right? Do you obviously understand common denominators, right?
Right. Yeah.
So Beans, and he brought this stat up, and we looked. Miss Fantastic was up here. We all looked at it like it was viable sources.
Absolutely.
You know. So Asian women. The Caucasian women, right? Black women, black men, the Latino, the Mexicans, right?
Mm-hmm.
They all Mexicans, just matter which one. You feel me?
The Puerto Rican from Brooklyn too.
Yeah, they Mexican, Puerto Rican, same shit. So when you look at all these categories, when they marry the black men, the divorce rates are the highest.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the black men being a common denominator?
Okay, well then, when you say black men are the common denominator, well, you could say it could be something cultural. You have to get to the nuance. We don't really know. Are the statistics saying what the reason why those women are divorcing those black men?
Wait a minute. I thought you said TikTok was good enough.
Hey man, hey Ham, turn shot camera off, bro.
I just want y'all to do it the right way, bro. I just want the conversation to be the right way, man. He flip flopping. You can't do it.
King, good job,
brother.
What happened?
Hey, Sean would have had me getting kicked out of class every day.
All right, so let's Yardy see what it is, and we've been having fun all day. It's Bean's birthday, so we just joking around and shit.
It's his birthday today?
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's my birthday today too.
Go get you some Ray and F.
Shit.
Oh, we got 2 birthdays to him.
Go get you some Ray and F. Who birthday is it?
Mine.
Oh, go get you got some Ray and F. You in the house?
No, I don't.
That's crazy.
You slipping.
May 19th. Shout out to Malcolm X.
Nah, that's what's up, though. Yardy, how old are you? Yardy, like what? 30?
33.
Yeah, man. God bless. God bless.
Salute,
yeah,
salute.
so Yardy, cause see, you're like you say you want a viable source, but then you say the white women on TikTok. So that proves it. Like you gotta be careful.
You got to, bro. It's the internet.
Go ahead, Mr. Man. Help Yardy out. He young, man. He learning though, man. But you know what I'm saying? He and we took it easy.
But then
he's really took it easy. Usually he go way hard.
But then hold on. If you have cultural lines, right? Say for example, a lot of the Latin community, a lot of their parents would tell them not to date a brother or date a nigga or date a black person. Same thing with white women, right? So if you have that cultural line there and you're getting into relationships where the cultures is different, that would be something completely different from why a black woman would divorce her brother versus a Becky divorcing her brother versus a Latin woman divorcing her brother. Remember, you still got a lot of young millennials and Gen Z that were raised by Latin boomer parents. Same thing with white women.
That is crazy. That like even if that's true, Yardy, do you realize for some reason all these women keep coming up with multiple reasons to leave black men? Like that's
but that means you're not taking into account. You're not taking into the fact that you had 70 years of propaganda against black men pushed towards everybody, including black women.
But what does that have to do with now?
It has everything to do with now. The seeds you sowed yesterday is going to grow into a tree today.
Yes, but that wouldn't be for the people who are choosing to be with black men. It wouldn't be for them. That would be for the ones that's calling babies.
Black men, are they getting divorced?
Yes, that's the point. They would have married them in the first place.
But there's a culture. The cultural thing, it will still be there.
No, they wouldn't have married him in the first place. My cousin been married to his Puerto Rican wife for about 15 years now. So no, that ain't it.
Okay, then, but black women.
That ain't it, bro. It's okay. Listen, hold on, Yardy. Listen, hold on 1 second.
To them and stay in relationships with them.
1 second, bro. 1 second. It's okay. Look, we as black men sit on these panels all day telling women where they wrong at. Bro, you niggas need to learn how to keep your dicks to your fucking self, bro. If you don't, hold on, fam. I'm almost done, fam. As soon as my lips stop moving, you can start talking.
Nobody wants to see
your lips. Don't want to be faithful, don't get married. How about that? If you don't want to be faithful, just don't get married.
Who said that?
Say that one more time.
Who said black men don't want to be faithful?
The niggas who keep cheating.
But hold on, is that the reason why those women are divorcing black men?
Absolutely.
That ain't what they. So what's the reason?
I don't care what they said. I don't care what they said.
Cheating and beating.
So what the fuck are you asking me for a valuable source then?
I'm not asking you for a valuable source. I never asked you for that.
And Playboy Williams up there laughing like an old boomer head ass nigga.
Yeah, man, because you sound crazy.
Man, I ain't even ready to give it to you because
please don't. Please don't.
Well, your name is Playboy Williams.
But if you really want to know,
fucking on women and being unfaithful in your day cause the problems we're dealing with right now.
And beating is one of the main reasons why people get a divorce. We need to quit acting like that shit ain't real. Like we don't know people who be cheating on their wives and all that shit.
So all them black men is cheating on their wives.
When you say all,
yeah, no, yes,
no. Bean said all.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yes. Now what?
All them brothers is cheating on them wives?
Absolutely, every last one of them. Now what?
Man, Bean, get up out of here, man.
At least most.
Come on, man. Like most guys won't say this because they think it's going against bro codes. Bro, I know 2 dudes who was faithful, and I probably
in
know
your
100
life.
dudes.
But is that no? We talk about the statistics, not your life.
Absolutely. So let me hear about yours. Every dude you knew was faithful, huh?
Say it again.
Every dude you knew was faithful. Huh?
I know plenty of dudes are still with their wife today. My brother.
Absolutely. That's not what I asked you. I asked you, was he faithful? But you're not gonna say out loud that your brother cheated, so that's why you should.
You're not cheating.
Okay, cool.
He
But
got a
even
Puerto
if he
Rican
was, you
wife
would say it out loud.
from
That's what I'm saying. It's a moot point, bro. Nobody else on the panel is arguing with this because we all know that the shit is just real. What I'm saying is, at some point, if we talking about what we need to do, we need to stand on something. This is one of those things we need to stand on.
Why
If
would
that's
I
how you
stand
want
on
to,
something
hold on, fam.
that we don't know what's true or not?
Just hold on, fam.
It's an accusation.
If you wanna, I'm not even talking about that no more. See, but you would know that if you just stop over talking me. What I'm saying is what I'm saying we need to stand on is, bro, if you want to see multiple women, make that lifestyle choice and let that shit be known. I know guys who live like that. The women that they deal with know they ain't the only ones. It's that simple. You don't need to ask me where I'm at, who I've been with, or none of that, because I'm never gonna answer you, and it ain't your fucking business. Right? And then they can make a choice for themselves if that's what they want to deal with. But in Western society, right, if you want to get married and you don't want to be the reason why your relationship ends, not saying that it really is, but just stop cheating. I'm just saying we should be able to say that as men, bro. And the fact that we can't says a lot about who we really are.
But beings the niggas who don't cheat, the women still divorce them.
Yes, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. If we wasn't cheating, guess what we could do? It's all y'all fault.
What?
But it's hard for us to make that fucking argument if everybody cheating. Because they could always just go to that.
But the niggas who are not cheating, they're not cheating.
Yeah, hold on.
So everybody's not cheating.
It's not about everybody. Can you stop saying
So why
everybody?
you keep saying everybody?
Most niggas is cheating.
Yeah,
I'm saying it because you kept accusing me of saying it even when I wasn't.
So that's what are you making the assertion or the accusation that the majority of black men in relationships cheat?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
hell yeah. What do you have?
Black men don't cheat.
Yeah,
men, period. Not just black
again,
men.
and furthermore, what's crazy?
Black men don't cheat.
See, we got a panel full of niggas that ain't gonna tell the truth. This is
and
really
they love whooping
very
bitches.
simple. Shad, have you ever been in a relationship, Shad? Come on, man. No, don't do that because I'm sick of
Acting
fantastic.
like y'all don't know it, shit, man. Y'all know
Have you
what
ever been in a
this is.
relationship, Shad?
Y'all know what it
I'm pleading
is.
the field.
Have
I'm
you
pleading the
ever?
field.
Have you ever?
I'm
Okay,
pleading.
have you ever?
Listen, I'm tired of my stories getting used for bait, and I'm
one
good.
yes. That's one yes. Sean, have you ever cheated?
Every
That's
time
two.
except for one. Every time except for once.
That's two. Will, have you ever cheated? Yes or no?
No.
Aaron, have you ever cheated? Yes or no?
Now, the parameters that y'all are talking about are within marriage.
No, we're talking about relationship.
Like with Sean, only in relationship, only once.
Okay, fantastic. Have you ever cheated?
In a relationship, no, never.
Lying ass nigga. Hamp, have you ever cheated?
Yeah.
And this nigga Fantastic cheated yesterday, by the way.
I'm not in a relationship, brother. I'm free.
That's 5 of us already with yeses. I'm just saying,
I'm free,
Fantastic.
brother. I ain't never, again, this is why I'm not doing relationships, brother. That's why I'm, you know what I'm saying, in the deal that I'm in, brother. When I'm in a relationship, I don't cheat, real shit.
Nah, I mean,
You know how much white girls I turned down in the Navy, nigga?
Yeah. No, I was like that too in a relationship. I ain't gonna stunt. But I have cheated. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. So I'm just saying, like, we gotta just be honest about what it is. We know that men, Pam, would you say that men become more attractive when they have a woman?
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
but Mr. Beans, you dealing with a panel full of super niggas though.
What the fuck does that mean?
That's a fact.
you asking the wrong niggas.
You got the best of the best up here, military engineer, money makers,
cheating, and he hold his name say Williams, Playboy Williams.
It's all here.
Tell him, Yardy. His name Playboy. He never cheated. Yardy, something ain't right, huh?
Lying ass, boomer ass nigga right there.
Hell, can I ask a question real
Man,
quick?
I ain't a boomer, you little fucker. Let me tell you something. I done let you
Yo,
slide
fucker.
a couple of times.
Yo, rocking chair
Take that
riding
damn
ass
sack,
nigga.
that whole potatoes off your goddamn head, all right? With the motherfucking
So you talking about
windshield
potatoes?
You got on. Use some windshield wiper, clean them glasses. Quit
Is
playing
this
with
my
me.
birthday entertainment?
Your ugly ass up way
Sitting
past
in
your
that dark
bedtime.
ass room you sitting in.
Hey, just make sure when this is done, man. Hey,
I
Shad,
know why
make sure
you
when
got
this is
your
done,
background.
you acknowledge what Big A said, right? Remember, he said if we are the most desirable, doesn't that lend to the fact that more women are gonna want us? You know what I'm saying? You niggas won't stop cheating, baby. I'm just trying to tell you.
I'm just trying to make sure we actually define desirability, because it sounds like we saying like more women want to have sex with us than men outside of black men want to have sex with women. Because if we saying desirability is like a marriage thing, I'm having a hard time saying that I don't see anybody in droves trying to marry black people outside of black people. So I'm trying to understand like what is our actual definition of desirability.
There's nothing better than a black woman. Hold up. It ain't nothing better than no black woman. Let me tell you something. A black woman is the most
Let Miss Williams get
finest
the floor. Go ahead.
creature in the world.
With your
dude.
missing
Like, you
teeth,
fucking
man.
Hold on, Yardy. Let Miss
know why
Williams
we
get the
having this
floor.
conversation, dude.
Go ahead, Miss Williams.
Black
Talk your
woman
shit.
is the
So
most
why is it
finest
that black
motherfucker
women
in the
keep
world.
complaining about black
The hell
men
y'all
Hold on,
comparing
Yardy.
outside
Hold
your
on.
race
Let
to
him
the
We
talk.
higher
comparing
race?
ourselves to some damn women.
Hold on, Yardy.
Are you serious?
Go ahead,
Ain't
Miss
nothing
Williams.
finer than a black woman. Nigga, my mama's a black woman. Fine ass red woman.
Doing that. Stop
What
the
y'all
brother.
talking about? The hell? What the hell are we talking about? A man looks better than a woman. Are you fucking serious?
What's wrong with this missing tooth ass nigga?
Man, won't you shut your gay ass up?
Up there looking like Oscar the Grouch in a garbage can
Up ass nigga, man, quit talking
with
to
a
me.
red shirt on.
Like a damn shaved bird. Shut
Look
up.
like an ancient
Man,
powerful
y'all
nigga
chill
over
real
there sitting
quick.
up there.
Bungee jump without a
Both of y'all
cord,
chill
nigga.
real quick. Listen, again,
The hell?
it's Shad, brother.
I'm
We
tired
not.
of this
it's
weak
not
ass
about-
shit, man. We talking about black men better than man. What the fuck are y'all doing, man? Nah, hell no.
I'll be
All right,
right
so-
back. I'm gonna listen to
Man,
this in the
a
car. I'll
black
be
woman
back.
ain't nothing
you
finer
dropping
than a
something? My
black
bad,
woman.
Aaron.
I don't give a damn what nobody talking about.
Yeah, you
Okay,
tripping.
cool.
Big booty white woman just
Shad,
walked past.
brother,
She
this
ain't gonna
is
be
what I'm
fine.
saying. It's
A
not
big
about
booty white. Fuck
just
you
the
too,
marriage
nigga.
aspect of it, right?
Hold on,
And even
Playboy Williams. Hold on, Mr. Williams.
hold on. So my bad.
Puerto Rican women be fire though.
Read these real
I'm
quick.
saying.
All right,
Hold on,
cool.
y'all. Go ahead. Aaron with the 2000. Could black women be jealous of black men are more desired? That's TBD right now. Bet Life with the 10,000. Salute Hant. Salute fellas. Hant. Happy birthday, Beans.
That
What up,
life.
Jet? Beans, you're asking the wrong question. Ellipsis. The question is, quote, why are black men the most desired by all women, end quote. And then you'll get the long list that kills your argument.
No, you won't. It's the same shit according to Fantastic.
Reese with the 2000. What part of Yardy from? Where you from, Yardy?
Where I'm from?
Yeah.
St. Louis.
Reese Jamaican too.
I'm from East New York, Brooklyn. I just got Jamaican parents.
Oh, okay. Zago with the $2 says women cheat at about the same rate as rape Beans, so stop the cap. Black male feminists with the $2 stats show black divorces are driven by finances. Marcus Bonds with the 10 ounces. We as men have to hold ourselves accountable. Black men, for all our desirability, we have a commitment problem in our community. Not saying that the majority of the brothers cheat, but a lot do.
That's a fact.
You gotta say something though. What you saying exactly, Marcus?
If the women are divorcing the men, how is it the men have the commitment problem?
Andre 420 been a member for 2 months. And why did Williams just say his mom?
That's why I love living.
And they got him out of here again, rightfully so.
And they got Yardy out of here for 10 minutes. So, Yardy, I don't know if you see this how it works. You'll be down in the back, pause for 10 minutes. You can come back up, or somebody could pay for you to come back up, or you could pay for yourself to come back up. It's Yardy birthday and all that. You know what I mean?
This might be risky. This might be risky.
So they got
Listen, man.
Why y'all letting them get away with this, bro?
They got Yardy and Miss Williams out of here for 10 minutes. So they'll be back at 3:20.
Black man,
somebody bring them back.
Please, I beg of you, black man, stop referring to your mama and your dick. Okay, brother. What do we? You just have those two should be completely, totally separated and never come even close to each other. Now, Shad,
Calling your mama is fine.
chill, man. Let's
That's
not even
crazy.
repeat it, Beans. This shit here definitely got to go on members only because it's too many violations. I think it's the liquor. No more drinking for you niggas.
Oh, that's crazy.
Half a shot only. But
So
anyway,
what if a nigga say my mama look better than your wife?
That's even wilder.
But then he got to say no, she don't. Not if you talk about my mom,
right?
Snowball, nigga. Wild, but nah. So Shad, that's already proven, brother. Black men have a interracial marriage rate twice black women, bro. So I mean, if we're talking just from a marriage standpoint, even though, like you said, there's not a whole bunch of people rushing, I guess, to marry black people. The thing would be is that black women have an extremely low marriage rate, the lowest marriage rate, right, along with the highest divorce rate, and then they have like the lowest interracial marriage rate. Well, not lowest because I think Asian men are lower than them, but amongst women, the lowest interracial marriage rate, right? So other men of other races are reaching out to them and staying married to them the least, and black men are twice the level that they are, and we have a higher interracial marriage rate than Asian men, of course. So black men at the bottom in all categories.
Okay.
When it comes to
Wait, but
marriage.
make sure you.
I gotta be 1 second.
Yep.
Mr. Fantastic is a fair retort. Like when it comes to women, black women are most loyal to their men. They're most attracted to their men than any other men.
No, that's not a fair retort at all. It's actually the fact of the matter they don't have the options. So again, like I said, now we go back to the desirability of other men to black women. And when you talk about white men, Hispanic men, Asian men, black women are the least desired.
No, but see, two things can be true at the same time, though, Shad. That is a fair retort. It's a fair. It's fair. It's fair. Fantastic. It is fair to say that because it doesn't negate what you're saying.
But the only reason I'm pushing back Miss Fantastic, because again, when we're not having a conversation in comparison to women, and we're talking about the experience that black men are having, we often talk about how it's this small minority of men without emotion, and all the rest of the guys are struggling. So now we're talking that the majority of us can not only not be desired by our own women, we can go out and find women who gonna love us long term, and we can't even get that when the majority of us can't even get action from our own women. And that just seems far-fetched to me. If I can't get no emotion in my hometown with the women that know me, they got dads that look like me or whatever, brothers, whatever, but I'm gonna go to another country and get a woman who gonna love me, or I'm gonna go get a wife. It ain't working in my mind.
But that's the way it works, unfortunately. I mean, like you said, Asian women, right? Asian women have a obsession with white men. They worship white men. A white man could be worse looking than an Asian, right? Or have the same metrics, and she would choose the white man over the Asian man. Shout out to Beans. Beans taught me this and enlightened me. I didn't know it was high as it was, but Asian women have the highest marrying out rate at 30%, bro. Right? And we know that it's said just like black women, Asian men are the least desired men, due to phenotype and stature and all those different things. Now, despite them making the most money, women still desire them the least from a choice if they had to choose in men. So what I'm saying is, when you match up all the things, right, and you're looking at where black men fit in, of course, amongst ourselves, well, we know black women's what do they call it? What's the name of the entry, right? Price to entry is much, much higher. You gotta have the swag, you gotta be handsome, you gotta, you gotta have motion, you gotta have holes, you gotta have money, you gotta drive the 2025 foreign car or whatever else, right? So, of course, right? So, if you move the same guy into a group of women that don't require none of this shit, was he a lame ass nigga, or was he just in the wrong pool? We don't do that often enough. We keep saying like, well, the black women don't want you, nigga, you're lame. No, black women, again, look at their baby daddies. Y'all let bitches that have the nigga, the dope boy, the neighborhood, not even this nigga, not the nigga moving weight, the nigga hustling on the corner, the nigga hanging out in front of the fucking liquor store. That's our baby daddy, bro. And y'all let this bitch determine the caliber of niggas. No, that's what we so fucked up. That's what I'm trying to rescue black men from, the even for the most part. Now, again, am I saying every black woman's assessment of a man is false? No. But I'm saying for the loudest voice of what they want and they require, that shit is all the way fucked up. And if you remove yourself out of the black woman standards and the black woman's what makes you that nigga, and you go over, that's why niggas say it's a whole lot easier dealing with white women, Asian women, Hispanic women, or like you said, going overseas. But because we are defined as your ability, a major part of black male masculinity, straight black men's masculinity is your ability and your access to pussy. Now, if you can't get pussy over here, you a lame ass nigga, even though you get all the pussy everywhere else. So just think about that, Shad. All right. If you let's say you striking out, right? Or you 1 out of 10 with black women, right? I put you in a room of white girls, you 10 for 10. Asian girls, you 10 for 10. Hispanic girls, who the motherfucking problem?
I just have an issue with that hypothetical, Mr. Fantastic. I mean, yeah, of course, if you preface it that way.
Well, let's not make it 10. Let's make it 2 for 10. Let's make it double. Let's even double it. Because even one, if we go from 1 to 2, right? You still improved your what's the name by 100%. So I put you in every other room and you're still doing much better and not having to do half the shit. What is that telling you?
But this way the problem comes in that is you saying that, is that if you talk about the desirability from a marital standpoint, everybody leaves you. There's no way around this, really. Right? I'm not even saying, look, and if you ask me, I'm gonna tell you, yeah, I believe a lot of these women, even the white ones and the Hispanic ones and the Asian ones, a lot of them are westernized, even to the fact that they will date and marry the black man anyway. They have to be westernized, right? From a cultural perspective.
But it's not even that deep. Pause. Everybody know this. You smash a white girl, that's a half a body, my nigga. Nobody cares about that shit.
I mean, your racist take aside. The point is,
I'm just saying, like, that don't mean nothing. Like, oh, you got a bunch of white. So,
not even just a bunch. We talking about, that's what I'm saying. We talking about you actually married them, right? Because this is what I was gonna say earlier, before Shaw interrupted me because he thought his point was better than mine. If you look at the marriage rate between black women and white men, what do you find? You find longevity. You find a 44% less chance of ending in divorce, right? So that's what I'm saying. Something happening over there. What is it? And you can't make this argument that they all marrying rich white guys because that shit ain't the truth either. According to y'all, rich white guys don't want them. So they can't be marrying only rich white guys. So why are they marriages less likely to end in divorce? Is it because they're cooperating? Yes, I believe that. But is it also because those white men are more likely to be quote unquote tamed? I also believe that is true.
I wanted to push back on the talking point thing because again, these, like, when you really break these and you see how they just run into each other, right? So on one hand, women spend a lot of their life giving chances to Pookies and Ray Rays, and then on the other hand, the price of entry is too high. And then if you go on the internet, I'll see women doing what Mr. Fantastic said with the 666, but then you'll also see there's droves of women talking about how I spent all my life taking care of men and now I'm upset. So it's like these things are just, I'm having a hard time really trying to figure out what the actual reality is for people when it comes to their experience with us. Because it's just so many different stories. They all clash.
Can we timestamp this? Can we timestamp this? I want y'all to see this. This man got 9 degrees. He was a paratrooper. I think he'll say he got a black belt in jiu-jitsu and all that, and he is unable to compartmentalize conversations. Look at that, right? But the GED guy understood exactly everything he just said. That is all it takes is a compartmentalization of who you're talking about. I got you, Fantastic. Don't worry about it. So the girls who he's saying are the ones who's taking care of the guys and all of that. That's when they're young. The ones who he's saying have this super high entry level, that's when they're older and they done made all their bad decisions. See how easy this is? It ain't hard.
That ain't true either, Beans. I ain't talking about my Twitter and my Instagram ain't teenagers, bro. It's grown women that are having these conversations. So I mean, I feel you.
What part are they saying though?
Both. It's girls.
Oh well, yeah,
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. But what we talk about all the time, huh? Majority or minority, right? So it's the majority of chicks who are taking care of dudes and having those bad experiences. They're gonna be the younger ones. That's their experience growing up. And then the ones who had this higher entry, as Fantastic was pointing out earlier, it's after they done had the kids, after they didn't got the bodies, after they done did all of this, then all of a sudden they born again virgins. Right? So is that all? Come on, we don't never got to make the all argument.
That's what Shad, but that's what Shad disagrees. So Shad, it's slightly anecdotal, right? When you come into this conclusion, is it the younger ones or is it the older ones that have the same complaints about taking care of men and
yeah, I'm seeing older women. I'm talking about anecdotal stories. I'm not dating people under the age of like 29. So girls, when I meet women, they had these same kind of stories. They 33, 34. I was dating this man. I had to do this for him. I had to help him with this. I'm just like,
right. So what age were they when that was happening? You see, walking
in the 30s, late 20s, late 20s and 30s.
Now that last part he just added brings additional context, right? What age group haven't you heard say that they improve a man, help a man, fix a man, build a man? I haven't seen. I think that's maybe even an older demographic that says stuff like that. The young girl might let him stay on the couch, yeah, but all that other stuff that he kind of alluded to at the end, Beans, that might be a little bit older.
That's 30 up. That's 30 and up. A young bitch ain't got enough money to take care of a nigga.
Late 20s, 30. Yeah. Late 20s, 30.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point, actually.
Yeah, so again, Shad, and that's what I'm saying, right? It's a very, very loud, I would say significant portion. I don't even know if I want to call it a minority, right? Again, a lot of black women make that claim. Then at the same time, like you said, I think a lot of
you saying it's the majority saying that?
Ooh, I would have to say 50.1%. I would have to say 50.1% of black women are fucking people out here saying the bullshit, bro. They are. Hell, I'm telling you.
Yeah, but is it a majority of them? Don't put a weak
majority. 50.1% is a majority, nigga.
That's bullshit. Come on, man. You've been drinking too.
It's drinking too.
Well, but Fantastic. Can we be honest?
Hold on, Beans. Hold on, Mr. Beans. Hold on.
51, nigga,
Sean done enough. Sean done enough. I'm not all this nuance. Don't do it, bro.
All right, 51%. 51% of the black women out here, throwing niggas under the bus, right?
I mean, it's not an issue then, because you can find 50% that ain't. So then it's a moot point.
51.
Nah. Oh, I'm 51. A nigga now. This is great, bro. I'm a nigga now.
Hey, I'm on that all too. Got this joke.
Yo, think about it, Fantastic. Let me ask you this question, because I got a brother that got a woman that's taking care of him, right? But until he fuck up, it ain't gonna be a problem. You see what I'm saying? It's only gonna be a problem till she catch him cheating, or he decide he got enough out of her and then he leave her. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying, like, is it really the problem that they taking care of the niggas, or is it the problem that they can't taking care of a nigga don't make them not cheat? Right? Like, I think they'll do it, to be honest with you.
It's moot. If he's saying 50%, then you got 50% plenty out here not even talking like that. So it's not even an issue. It's a push.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, no, well, again, just if they're silent, that don't mean they just because they're silent.
You can't do that to them now.
Debate fantastic.
Put a jacket on them? 80% doing it. So 50% doing it, 30% thinking it.
Okay, so shit, fuck it. On the internet is 90%. Fuck it. On the internet is 90% of them fucking doing the shit. All of them got a fucking horrible story of some nigga that's under their baby daddy, or some nigga that they allegedly fucking took care of, and somehow, some way, she saw the potential in this nigga, even though he had fucking 15 felonies and he was working at McDonald's, or he wasn't working at all. She let this dumbass nigga drive the fucking gas out of her car for fucking 3 years and have a baby on her, but somehow it's the nigga's fault.
FYI, that is potential. If a nigga got 15 felonies, he was trying.
So
I
yeah,
just want to say that.
Poor pussy management, okay, all right, and no pussy preservation to make up for their poor picks in fucking dudes. And again, the niggas they're gonna pick be the worst possible niggas to pick from. But then they turn around, like you said, after they've seen the way, like Shad said, oh, I'm tired of taking care of niggas. I'm not dealing with my type no more. This is what women that are in their fucking 30s are saying. A bitch going viral right now for doing that shit on the balloon pop or some shit. Oh, I can't deal with my type. Well, hold on, baby. What you mean you can't deal with what's your type? And then shit, hood niggas, fast money, all that shit, la la la. So yes, the majority of black women on the fucking internet are perpetuating this bullshit as to where they had to take care of a black man. Again, then it comes to the Pookie and Ray Rays. We know Pookie and Ray Rays only make up a small percentage of niggas. So a lot of them like to fuck on the Pookies and Ray Rays. They like to have leverage over a nigga because what? This my house. You can get out. Right? Like Bean said, hey, that nigga good till she get tired or till he fuck up. And black women specifically don't like nothing more than leverage over a nigga.
Let me get Maroon in real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Maroon was popping. Let me read these real quick and get it. Aaron with the $2 says, white men let their women swing. They let white women do whatever. DC Slim with the $5 says, overcompensating masculinity is killing black men. Gloria with the $2 says, love of Mr. Fantastic.
Ain't that a bitch?
They brought Mr. Williams back. He can say his mom is fine. All black men don't speak bad of their moms. Would you rather he say his mom ain't shit like y'all say? Make it make sense. Maroon was popping.
Hey, thanks for adding me to the show. I'm a big fan of the show. This has been entertaining. I've been listening in the back, especially the statistics. I was the male feminist posting.
Oh, okay. No doubt, man. So Mr. Fantastic was looking for you, Maroon.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to join. I had like work getting in the way, but what's the question of the topic? Because I have been out of pocket for like the last hour.
Why are you a feminist?
It's a long story. Maybe we'll keep it. Is
that because people use names for like satire, be facetious.
Yeah, I'll give the skinny of it. I'm a YouTuber as well, and we cover Passport Bros. I'm like a co-contributor to that channel, and like my point of view is where we're at with the black community. A lot of this stuff is a lot of these problems that the manosphere is they're talking about, they're male problems. A lot of these fixes that we want to fix are actually male driven. We can try to shame the women all we want to. We can try to, I really don't want to play a part in that, but it's like a lot of these things that they're trying to push. The real solution is, as I think it might have been Shot or someone else who said, it's really about sexual discipline. And we got to be honest about that. Black men don't have that. That's what I'm trying to say. And then the nickname, the reason why I got that nickname is people on that channel would basically say, yo, you're taking the woman's side, you're basically a male feminist. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna slap that on there, and that's gonna be my little handle. That's part of it, but I'll leave it with that. But there's more to it.
Okay.
Hey, use my credit to drop this nigga, man.
Hold on.
He gonna give Shy credit for the shit I said.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. because when I'm watching it, when I watched it, Beans, you were on the bottom. I was looking for you at the bottom. I didn't see that.
Now I'm a bottom. Hey, fuck that.
Somebody give me $10. Maroon, you gotta chill, big boy. So listen, they both dark skinned. You mix them niggas up. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Now, Mr. Fantastic, Maroon, Mr. Fantastic was looking for you, man. I'm gonna put you in a box with him, all right?
Okay. Yes. I'm not here to kind of do a smoke show or anything like that, but I'm just saying.
No, it's not smoke. It's about the topic.
Brother, it's a civil conversation. Now, brother, you made all kinds of false allegations about black men having the highest rate of ED.
That's true.
Making the less amount of money.
If they're not bottom, they're second to last.
What else, bro? No, actually, is more than second to last, but we can get to that.
No. Address that. You think black men make more than Asian men of any flavor?
Are you just comparing them to men? That's why
Asian men make more money than all men, white men included. Right?
So white men make more than black men. So that's two.
So Asian men so black men make more money than Hispanics. They make.
I don't know. We'll look.
Native Americans, you make more money than some Pacific Islanders. So if we want to get technical and go into that, so no, we're not at the bottom or close to it.
But yes, we're very close to it. Like you said, look at the stats again. We're at the bottom or close to it.
You can't say you're close to it again if Hispanic men are quote unquote the major at the bottom, and yet still they're doing better at relationships than black men are. They have better marriage, better family, better what's
fantastic. Let's say this: black men are the least married men.
Yeah, why? Now tell us why.
Because they don't value, our culture doesn't, the male culture within black community does not value marriage.
So why?
And we're low earners. That's a big piece of it too.
Let me know when you're done so I can reply.
Black men, I'm not done. Black men and there's nothing wrong with it. We have a lot of hyper masculinity, we're hyper masculinity. I'm trying to remember my talking points, but like hyper masculinity, hypersexual. There you go, a second one. We prioritize. I think, in my opinion, as I'm starting to find out on these panels, I think we as black men, we prioritize patriarchy more than any other men of any other race. And we don't have the funds to justify it. So that's one of the reasons why black men don't get married. Is we want to be these patriarchs, but we don't have the money to do it, especially in this time in 2025. You can't get it done making $45,000 on average. That's not going to take care of a family. It's not. But I'll stop it with there.
Okay, cool. All right, great. So again, so you're wrong because who's more married, black men or black women?
You can't compare that because black women, men drive marriage.
I asked you a simple question. I just need you to answer.
Black men are more married by maybe 3 or 4%.
So how can you cast the whole black men don't have a culture of marriage and we don't want to be married, yet more black men are married than black women?
That's not a flex.
It's not about being a flex, brother. It's not a flex. We're having a conversation.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna make points, and like you said yourself, you call them talking points.
Yeah.
If you're going to use your talking points must upstand. You know what I mean? It's got to withstand.
Mr. Fantastic. I'll tell you why. You guys talked about 40 minutes ago, and you guys talked about propaganda that is, downing the black man from within our race and outside our race, probably mostly outside of our race. One of the reasons someone, I don't know who said it on the panel, but someone said black women are the most desired. The statistic of black women being the least desired is dated. And it was rooted. It's dated. They're using stats from like 20, 15 years ago.
No. Hold on.
Let me finish. But
well, before you finish, Maroons, I think specifically you're referring to the OK Cupid in 2012.
Yeah.
It was redone. It was another one done in like 2019.
No. That's the thing about the manosphere, Mr. Fantastic. They're using stats from like HAMP was saying from like 2010. It's like 15 years old.
Well, I can look it up, but do you know what the study? Why y'all keep talking? Y'all can look it up. Because I looked at the ED one, and it looked like black men were 3 percentage points higher than white men being second.
Right. So like I tried to say, Mr. Fantastic, all this stuff, black women are not the least desired. It is rooted in white supremacy. It's rooted in racism. It's also rooted in self-hate because we as black men should not be downing our own women, but we're doing it on panels. And it's disgusting. And it's not manly. It's not masculine. We are not. How do we look, Mr. Fantastic, to the rest of the world when we're sitting over here co-signing, yeah, our women are least desirable? We look crazy.
You done?
I am.
All right, cool. You don't look crazy at all. Again, as you say, you're the male feminist. So what you're going to do is you're going to propagandize the same bullshit that black women have been saying about black men for the last 40 years. So, like I said, you don't look crazy. What you're doing is you're actually giving a criticism for the first time in fucking existence of black men to the bullshit that black women been going along with and been doing. Okay, black women have the most out of wedlock births.
That's a male stat. That's a male stat.
Huh?
That's a male stat. That's a male stat.
How's it a male stat?
Because the men of other races, instead of bailing on the women who are pregnant, they get married and they marry those child. Sorry, I hate to, Mr. Fantastic. No, but before you go to another point, I just want to say.
Let's.
You're gonna be quiet while I'm talking, like I were while you talking.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing now, right? So you're just gonna filibuster a whole bunch of bullshit and then give bits and pieces. So this is the facts, right? Everything I'm saying is facts and data. You can look it up. So it's not propaganda. The fact of the matter is not a fucking male stat because women control fucking childbirth. All right. Black women at the same time have the most fucking out of wedlock births and then lead in fucking abortions. Okay. The most in volume and in percentage, even though white women outnumber them 5-1. Okay. Now, the reason why black men aren't the most married or suck at marriage is because, again, you might have been doing work when you were doing this. It's called a negative coefficient. Black men can never be successful at marriage when you're married to the group of women that has the highest divorce rate and the lowest marriage rate. Do you understand the math, brother? So again, now you're blaming black men, and that's why I asked you what I asked you. So you already cut your own throat when you admitted the fact that there are more married black men than black women. The people that aren't marriageable and aren't marriage-minded are the women. Hence why they're the only demographic, racially or gender-wise, that has a higher divorce rate than marriage rate. Okay? So higher divorce rate than marriage rate, only demographic. Black men, like all other men, are going to marry them at the most. So tell me how black men are going to be successful at marriage when you're attached to the women with the worst marriage statistics. Go right ahead, brother.
With all due respect, Mr. Fantastic, I don't want to hear you use any more statistical terms with the abortion of stats that you put up. Sorry, Hamp, that you couldn't. You ran with a stat for about an hour or two that really showed 0.21%, 10,000 women that were not overweight or obese. You should know off the bat that's crazy. In 50 states, that's crazy. But what I'm trying to say is this. I say this on panels too. I think black men, no disrespect, I'm not speaking to all black men. I'm speaking just to us as a whole. Because like I said, like when we look at the statistic, it can be very daunting. You can say there's a lot, the black men are the least educated. They drop out the most. I don't identify with that. I went to college. They can talk about black men who have children out of wedlock. I don't identify with that. I don't catch feelings. I don't have any children. And if I do, I'm not going to bail on them. I think black men are, especially in this day and time, they are a victim of their circumstance. Listen, the black community has a lot of opportunity. And I said this on my podcast like the last maybe a week or two ago. We have the least married women because the black men are the men who married the least. Now, let me go further than that. Why, instead of looking at that and saying, hey, only 30%, let's just say, let's round it up. If only 30% of black women are married, how can you not look at that and say there's a golden opportunity? But within this manosphere, they're confusing black men and they're trying to have this shared experience and say, hey, with these tiki tortures, with these white incels, and Hamp, police me if I'm using the wrong words. We're all in this together. We all can't get dates. We all can't get wives. We have different communities, Mr. Fantastic. Other races, the white race, they're married like 53, 56% of the time. Ours is like 27, 26. Let's round it up to 30. So there's a golden opportunity. If you want to complain about something within the black community, the last thing you need to be complaining about is marriage. There are marriages out there for every dude out here. Y'all don't want them. That's
absolutely
it.
Not.
Why would you want them? So hold on. So again, now you're gonna totally jump over the fact of the matter. Obesity. They have children. Black women have the most children by multiple men. They're obese. So what are we talking about here? You're making the whole point of this. I'm glad you
did. Don't speak to it.
Let me speak on it.
You just made the whole point of the whole show. So now you're telling black men, take what you can get. There's 70% of black women out here that you should just be running to marry because she's a black woman.
Let me speak on that.
Get the fuck out of here.
Let me speak on that, Mr. Fantastic.
Please let him speak, Fantastic.
No, let me speak to that.
Please give him the rope.
Stop talking while I'm talking. So what I'm gonna say to you again, brother, and again, man, it's a nice little thing you got going. I feel it, man. Hey, it's a shtick. It's not a strategy. You're gonna be the Captain Saberhole for these ratchet ass, nothing ass bitches. By all means.
Why are you using those type of that language?
All right, because I can. I'm a grown man. I can do what I want.
You're not a grown man if you talk like that.
Yes, I promise you I am. Yeah. I promise you I am, brother. It's much better men than me and you that talk like this.
How old are you?
Past that. So like I said, brother, you're gonna get up here and cape for women that you wouldn't deal with. Why aren't you married? Are you married, brother?
Divorced.
Oh, why? So
because I married young.
So did I. So hold on, brother. So why aren't you married again? There's a 70% chance. There's opportunity of 7% of black women for you to. So why aren't you married again, brother?
I'm gonna be married. I'm holding myself to. No, let me finish.
You're having a stroke, are you?
Let me finish. I'm holding myself to trying to get remarried in the next 3 years.
Trying to get which is it, brother? How long you been divorced?
Since 2021.
Okay, so you need like a 10-year, almost a 10-year run.
That's not a 10-year run. That's not 10-year run.
It's 7.
It's cool, bro.
Yeah.
He said trying to. Bean. He said trying to. He said trying to feel.
And like I said, we're getting off the point. We're getting off the point. I wanted to talk about something that you wouldn't let me respond to. I'm trying to remember what that was.
Right here, bro.
I'm trying to remember what that was. Oh, you said you want to use the thing about why should we get married when these women are overweight? Why should we get married when these women have so many children? The problem is, Mr. Fantastic, like I tried to say, the manosphere is trying to create this hive mind, this shared experience within men. Other men don't have to aren't living in a community like ours, where we are we as not all black men, but the culture in general, they are hypersexual. You can't wait till 40, Mr. Fantastic, and say, I'm gonna go find me a baddie that doesn't have any children. You can't do that. So the problem is with black men, we got to look at the culture for what it is and understand we can't move the same way that other men and move and have the same opportunities they have in their community. If you want to, as a black man, in my opinion, Mr. Fantastic, to have a baddie or have a woman who's viable as in your terms, you got to marry young. You can't wait till 30 or 40 and say, hey, I'm going to go find that woman. Women.
Wait, hold on. Because y'all not is stressing me out, letting all these contradictions go by. Because you're saying right now that
hold on, Beans, one more, because
I got it.
Just one more, because because Beans, there's like a bunch kind of.
And my memory ain't as good as it used to be.
So I gotta ask you.
I can remember them, so maybe we can ping it back. But I just want to.
So Maroon Tiger, when you get married, so you're going to be you say you have no children, correct?
Correct.
So when you get remarried, you're going to be considering a woman that's already has kids. Is what you're saying?
I'm open to that. That's reality.
Oh, that's reality. Even for a man that don't have no kids of his own, and you be married, and you're not going to marry young, so you're going to get an older woman, I guess somewhere around your age bracket.
No, let me answer your question. When I remarry, I have to, even while I'm dating right now, Mr. Fantastic, I have to say, yo, the odds of finding a woman, most women at 30, 35, 40, they have children. They do.
Maroon, how old are you, bro?
I'm 42, turning 43 this year.
Okay.
You making my point for me. So you're willing to take the bullshit. You're just willing to take what you can get, my nigga.
No.
Hold on, just real respectfully, not my nigga, brother. Let me say this, because you're a language guy, right? So, brother, you're 40-something years old, no kids. I imagine that you're doing fairly well for yourself, and you're willing to take something that you are well overqualified for. Yeah, you're part of the problem, and you're the reason why the manosphere needs to be here.
Mr. Fantastic, let me say something, Mr. Fantastic. The problem with the mentality is this thought of I'm more qualified than a certain person. That's a bad mentality. I'm looking for the person who I can love and live with. If they have a kid, so be it. I'm not gonna say I gotta find. It's gotta be a 20-year-old. She can't have any kids. She's gotta be not overweight. She's gotta be this. She's gotta be that. You're never gonna get remarried.
Cool,
if that's
cool.
The case,
so just one thing, brother, before they get you up out of here. If you had a son, let's say you had a son, right? Yeah. Your son was 18 years old. Yep. Would you tell your son to pick his woman the same way you're willing to pick your woman?
That's a different age bracket.
No, it don't matter.
No. Now you're stubborn. Now you're having a stroke.
The premise of accepting a woman with a child is 8, regardless of age.
That's you. That's your ideology.
It's not my ideology. It's the same across the board.
No, I never said that.
Nope.
He doesn't believe he's so right. No, Maroon. Here's the question. Is do you if there were a woman that didn't like, what do you think that? What's a better situation in your estimation? Is it inconsequential if she has kids? Or do you think that makes a difference and impact on that relationship? Would you prefer a woman that didn't have a kid because you don't have one? Or are you saying that they're all equally as viable?
What I'm saying is this. It's like, I'm trying to find the connection. The connection is the most important thing, in my opinion. It's not it's not the statistics and saying she's got to be this age. She's got to look this way. She's got to look exotical. She's got to have no children. What I'm trying to say is, like, when we talk about this on my podcast, we have these strong conversations just like y'all have them. At a certain age, we as black men have to grow up and stop saying we're 20 years old anymore. The opportunity to find a woman with no kids was 20 years old, not 40, not 50. So what I'm trying to say is, would I love to find a woman who has no kids? Sure. But I'm 42. You have to understand that just like men of all races, let's be clear about this, men of all races and women of all races, they're having kids by 30 something, 40 something. They all, like 70, 80% of them have kids.
Right. But Mr. Maroon, I need you to reconcile something before I forget it. You said that, in your opinion, you think one of the problems is that we're not marrying young. Like you said, instead of trying to wait until you're older and all this other stuff, people need to marry young.
Yeah. Let me speak about that.
Wait. No.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
You're agreeing with me, correct? That you said that.
Sort of, yes. I'll
explain. Yes or no, in your opinion, should people marry young?
What you said, yes. You agree.
I think it's we're missing an opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I needed. Here's the problem, though. When you were asked by Fantastic where you married, you said you were divorced. And when he asked you why you divorced, you said I got married young.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I explain?
So do you see the contradiction there?
Can I explain?
That's what I'm asking you to reconcile.
Can I
Absolutely. No, I don't want you to explain why you got divorced. I want you to explain the contradiction between you're suggesting people get married young, but then also using getting married young as an excuse for getting divorced.
Yeah, Beans, let me explain. And I explain this on my panel all the time. But when you have your own channel, you have more of a runway to say things. What the problem is sometimes with these panels, you're making sound bites, but you don't get to.
I just need you to tell me that.
Wait. Be careful now, right? Because you haven't been stifled once, right?
No, I'm not saying y'all. I'm not saying y'all.
No, but I just want to make sure it's clear, right? We don't want to. So you have the brevity, right?
Yeah.
You need to be concise to reconcile that because it sounds like a contradiction. Right?
Yeah, what I'm saying is this: I got married very, very young. That the average black man gets married at 31. I got married at 24. What I'm saying is to make that work, I probably needed to be in therapy. I was young. I was fresh out of college. I got married. I graduated in May. I got married in September of the same year. So I didn't have that the life experience. I didn't have that time. The maturity was the factor, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm going to put that PSA. Thank you, Beans, for saying that. I'm not trying to tell people to not get married young. I'm saying that getting married at any age is going to have its own challenges. And you might have to look outside of yourself to get that help, whether that's a therapist, whether that's a marriage counselor. Do that before you guys run into problems. I'm not trying to discourage men and women from getting married. I'm just saying one of the biggest problems I see, Beans, is in this manosphere. Men are complaining about women that they really could have gotten in their 20s or their early 30s if they wanted to, and now they're waiting until 40 to get them. 50. The standards are going up. The requirements are going up. So if you wanted men don't really understand how low the bar was to get married when you were married. If you wanted to get married in your 20s, but men don't want to do that because they want to have their time. They want to have their fun, and they're going to take that time, which there's nothing wrong with that. But understand, by the time you want to get married 35, 40, 45, the standards are up.
But Maroon, they also can't afford it, right? So that's the point I think that we don't consider a lot of times. The reason why it makes sense for men to move this way, and this is one of those things that the people in the manosphere, Red Pill, talk about. There is a difference between men and women, and we have to be willing to be sincere about when those differences actually need to take effect, right? The difference is because the expectation that a woman has for a man, he probably couldn't fulfill until he was older anyway. Right? Wait. Acknowledge it first.
Yeah.
Right? So financially, you would agree that most men don't make the kind of money that you need to make to be a provider until they're older. You would agree with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, even if the men were making a conscious choice to forego marriage for a while until they got to a point where they were a provider, it would make sense from their standpoint. But it doesn't make sense from a woman's standpoint when the thing that she technically brings to a relationship, she's better at when she's younger. You understand that?
Just let me know when I can say something.
That was a question. Do you understand that? Or at least agree with it?
I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm waiting until you finish.
Okay, but do you understand it?
I do understand what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead. So go ahead.
What I'm trying to say is, Beans, and I was trying to speak about this earlier when I first joined, is like we as black men, we're often very hyper masculine, hyper patriarchal. And yes, there is some good for a man to kind of, have some experiences and, live, sometimes maybe live as a bachelor or earn more money so he can be a provider. But let's be honest about that, Beans. In our history of time, most black men were never the sole provider like that we were trying to be. So what happens when you never get there? Are you just supposed to say, I can't get married because I can't provide for a whole family right now? Or
yeah,
ever?
Absolutely. Yeah, to answer your question, yes, that's what you should say. But here's the thing. So let me show you where you're mistaken at. If the average age for black people to get married is in their 30s, right? 30, 31, 32. But the average black marriage lasts 5.5 years.
Yeah.
Do you see the issue there?
Yeah, we speak about
that. Even they're waiting longer. They're waiting longer to get married, and the marriage still ain't lasting.
This is the problem, right? Because we got to just say, okay, I fucked that up. Right. So if Maroon said, yo, I got married at 24, right? He said that's too young because they didn't do the self-work, But then at 30, people are still failing. Right? From 24, 25 to 30. I understand a lot can happen. And then Maroon also said, but money is the issue for a lot of reasons why, because black men don't have money, right? which is why we can't do well. But then he said, get married younger, but you don't have any money.
What I'm saying
Right?
is,
Because what is the no, you said what I'm saying a bunch of times, right? But I'm listening very attentively because I'm not on either side. I'm just trying to understand the information. But this information simply doesn't reconcile, right? So here's the key. We don't have a belief system, right? There's nothing holding us accountable.
Right.
Young, old, it doesn't matter, right? So as a man, if you lock into a belief system that holds you accountable, when she gets added to your life, she's not gonna be able to question your accountability. But a lot of this shit wavers, i.e., when Maroon said we want to have fun when we in our 20s. What the fuck you think they doing? Right? Because there is no standardization. We all, and Beans, I think, made this point before, right? What households do we come from? All the same broken households.
Speak for
right?
yourself. No,
But there ain't no 100%. My parents are married, right? So all don't mean all, you know. But then we have this starting point, and we trying to understand why the women doing so poorly. But look where we all starting from, right? But it's a lot of this shit that ain't meshing. So what do we actually want? What's
can I say something?
happening?
Can I say something?
Anti-manosphere. Hold on, brother. You had your turn. So again, this is what
should have let him respond because I bet money it wasn't gonna be the what Hemp said.
it don't matter. It's gonna be the same shit. So again, this is what you do when you're trying to be an anti-manosphere guy and make it. Well, get a script and you learn the counter talking points or the counter stats, even though you don't actually have no stats, and you just say it's outdated, and you just say black men look bad. And Hemp, I'm gonna ask the question again. Hemp, do Hispanic men make less money than black men?
Yeah.
So how can we keep saying it's the money, it's the money, it's the money? How can we keep saying black men don't make enough money? We got to stop following this bullshit. It's not about not making enough money. Okay, it's about black women's willingness to work with and live with and build with black men. That's what it is. And I'm gonna say it again. No one has yet to explain to me how we keep saying black men aren't marriage minded, right? Yet there are less black men, right, in total, and then there are more black men married than black women. Y'all keep talking about the failure of it and all these different things, and you're putting it on the men. I'm gonna ask this question for like the 1 millionth time. Can anybody tell me something that is the cause of failure for 80% of the time that's not the problem? Anybody? Can you tell me one thing to where it fails 80% of the time and it's not the problem? Anybody? You can't do it. So y'all got to stop telling the men, oh, you don't make enough money and you're cheating and you're this and you're that. You this. Well,
but that's I understand what you're saying, but that's disingenuous.
Right.
You can't say it that way. No, because you can't say it that way. You can't say they fail, right? It's a marriage between two people.
That's the problem with black men.
Fail, right?
Hold on. What is a divorce? Is a failed marriage, correct?
Absolutely. I understand.
Two people.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying.
Wait. So what causes a marriage to fail? Divorce.
Divorce.
Two people.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So no. Okay, we went two people because you can't. Of course, you can't have a marriage by yourself. Okay, can't marry yourself. You don't need to say that. That's moot. So what I'm saying is, if something that is initiated 80% of the time causes a fucking failure, what is the problem?
Absolutely, but
you have to dig deeper, Mr. Fantastic.
Not digging deeper into shit. That's just digging deeper is making excuses for bitches, for horrible people.
Marriage is hard.
No, you're not, because Fantastic, you would
man that was married.
Wait a minute, Fantastic. You would concede that at least 1% out of that 80% were being abused, correct?
Of course.
Beans,
so you wouldn't call that a failure on their part.
Beans,
so
can I say something real quick?
Let's be honest about it.
Beans, can I say something real quick?
Hold on.
Okay,
you can't hear him. Go ahead, Fantastic.
That's the minority. Beans,
I know. I'm saying. I agree.
Y'all killing me a little bit.
I agree with you. I'm saying Fantastic. I'm just saying like what I don't like, and I know I'm not trying to control the show, but bro, we need to at least try our best to disseminate the most honest.
Respond directly to him though.
To who?
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Mr. Fantastic said what he said, right? But what I hear is a logical fallacy simply because and I use this analogy all the time. My son don't never get told on because he always the one hitting somebody.
Right.
He always the one knocking his sisters over and etc. So they tell on him. they initiate the telling because he always the culprit. He just too rough. He heavy-handed. Chug knock me down. So I liken that to. Go ahead.
That's one guy. That's one man. Hamp. Now, if we had a group of boys to where now you got 100 boys and all the girls is coming running and telling the boys because all the boys are doing it, you have a case. Okay. But when you have one and you're using that as the example, no, that don't shake Hamp. You know it.
But that's not what we're doing, Fantastic. That's not what we're doing.
Beans, can I say
I'm
something
using
real
him
quick?
as an analogy, just to see it, right?
Right, yeah.
That's all I'm saying. It's just, I'm not saying.
But what I'm saying is, Hamp, your example is not a bad example. I'm saying is if you extrapolate it, what's the chances of that being true? What's the chances of you having brothers, right? Brothers and sisters. So let's transfer out of that to a relationship.
Absolutely.
What's the chances of 80% of the men being abusive physically? It's
But
literally
that's not the point. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm trying to get you to move away from that, Fantastic.
No, let me do it. Let me do it. I'm saying, yes, you can. Just let me say this. And I think my computer keep freezing I'm using him getting in trouble for whatever he gets in trouble for. Like, I'm not saying that he's hitting is the reason. I'm saying Chug always gets in trouble because he always taking their candy, turning off the TV. So hitting could be one, cheating is another. And I'm just wondering, 70% are initiating because they just don't want to be there no more because they're unhappy, or is there a viability, or is there culpability with the men? And if so, let's parse out what the 70 is the 50% that get divorced is comprised of.
But Hamp, listen,
hold on, Mr. Fantastic, 1 second.
You got it, bro. After this, Hamp, it's the same across the board. It's not
Yeah,
just
you
black
got it,
men.
Maroon, after this, right?
It's not just black men. All women, 70% or better.
Okay.
So now it's all the men, not just black men. It's white men, Hispanic men, Asian men, whatever. No, that's what I'm telling y'all. You keep giving the women an out.
Okay, 1 second. I
Go
looked
ahead,
at
Maroon.
A at the Table had a great stat. They've been posting some fire stats lately on IG. They said the majority reason of why black people get divorced, it's financial. It's not necessarily, but I'm not saying that there isn't physical abuse. I'm not saying that there isn't that, but it's financial. And I'm saying we make considerably less than the white community, who probably makes almost twice as much as we do. The Asian community, which probably makes almost 3 times as much as we do on average. Well, I'm probably saying, I want to throw this out here too. Marriage is good in terms of wealth building. So this idea of let's wait till we have enough money to be able to be this main provider. We don't model your marriage after the society standard, because most of our families had two people working in that household. And there's no shame if that's the case. My dad was a sole provider. That's not the average dad in the black community. And I understand that.
Community, not just black. Let's please stop doing that too.
Sure. But I'm just, I'm saying, like,
you're doing that, but go ahead.
No. I'm focused on trying to solve we're trying to find solutions for the black community. I'm not interested in the solutions for the white community. I'm not interested in that.
Well, Maroon, what did you say? You said but that kind of strengthens the argument, right? Because what's the divorce rate overall?
Why does it matter?
50%,
respectfully,
for the country.
I'm saying is, it's for the country. I think it's
about question directly. Yeah,
I think it's I don't remember. I think it's like
50%, bro.
Yeah, I don't remember. But
80%,
80%
right?
women.
So essentially, that yeah. So what it says is right. It kind of strengthens Mr. Fantastic argument, because is it about money? Is it about the disposition of women? Like, whose fault is it if the divorce rate is so high, the initiation rate is so high, and then those other cultures that don't have money problems, they still get divorced? That kind of goes more towards the kind of what he's laying out. So just respond what he's saying.
Yeah, DJ Hamp, I'll say this too to Mr. Fantastic's topic. There's not enough of us getting married so that when we do get divorced, it's shooting up. So I'm saying we're not really getting married. Like, historically, white people are getting married. Like, I think they're still like 53, 56, and it used to be a lot higher than
all
that.
marriage is down, bro, significantly from 30.
I understand that, but we've always been trailing by a long shot.
No, we haven't. Again, black people had a 80% marriage rate in the 60s.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't. How y'all do it?
That's misinformation, Mr. Fantastic. You've been doing it all day.
I want to understand what he's saying, but what I don't want to address any longer is the filibustering to make points that aren't like addressable, or you're not addressing the points directly, right? So again, what you're laying out strengthens his argument, right? Because
Especially
1 minute is
keep
about
going back to
money,
the
but then
money.
it's not, and then it's about all cultures are going through this, right? And so if the women have the same modus operandi, we simply asking like, what do you think about that? Like, what do you? Is there any credence to what he's saying? Or are you saying all men are just doing bad
I'm saying that the
or behaving poorly in the
I'm saying
relationship?
that the finances is, like I
Go
said,
ahead.
from what I've seen, the finances are the biggest piece, and we make
No, it's
damn near
not.
the least.
No, it's not. You keep saying,
Hold
bro,
on.
stop,
Yeah,
brother.
let me finish. Let me.
Well,
I waited for you to
yourself.
finish. I
You're not
waited.
providing. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, money, in my opinion, money just across the board of all races is the main factor for divorces, including
You don't
us.
think that the reason why the younger men are
Hold
not
on.
getting married is because
No,
of
no, no, no,
finances?
no,
That's a factor. No, let me finish. Let me finish.
Hold on.
Mr.
Hey,
Fantastic.
nobody. All right, everybody, stop. Listen to me, man. Everybody, stop jumping in. Let them finish, and then let's respond. Because I gotta go soon.
I'll say this.
Go ahead, man. Make your point concise.
Yeah, my bad. What I'm trying to implore men to do: stop looking at the stats to drive your life. Don't. That is paralyzing us. Stop looking at that because, like I said, a lot of us probably all went to college, but the statistics of black men going to college ain't good. So if the marriage statistics of black people are not good, don't let that stop you from getting married or make you scared of it. That's all I'm trying to say.
You're right about what you're saying, but you just ain't responding to what's being said to you, and that's what's frustrated. And then when you do, you're giving out stats that's not true.
Yeah, I'm gonna say close out again. You keep bringing up the money part, and you're purposely using the language you're using almost at the bottom. When you say almost at the bottom, you acknowledge that we're not at the bottom. And as I said, and you've acknowledged more than one time, Hispanic men are under us significantly in making money. Okay, yet they have more marriages, and more lasting marriages. So you can't say money. Stop saying that. That can't be it because we're again clearly above a set of men, right, that somehow seem to make it work with the women that also make less money, right? So let's throw that out. That's out.
Wait, so now give him a chance to acknowledge it. Let's see if he does.
You're right, and now let's shift to culture. What are those Hispanic men like compared to black men? Are they more family minded? Are they more marriage minded than black men?
They also beat their women a whole lot higher, right? So
I don't have those stats. I'm sorry, I don't have those.
Exactly. So be careful about talking about culture. Okay. So what I'm telling you is this, bro.
Welcome to the conversation.
We all gotta make our YouTube way, right? At the end of the day, brother, all of this stuff you're putting up for here is just making excuses for black women and not helping black men at all. Any man that says don't live your life by the stats, I don't know,
is a winner.
No.
But Fantastic. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Fantastic, because I'm not taking the mic. I just want to ask you a question because I think this is something that we don't discuss. Why are they more married than us?
Facts.
Who? Hispanics?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He don't got the answers.
They're women. That's something you have to ask their women.
But we can just answer.
You
we
can ask the men,
right? Their culture, is different, right?
Well, I'll say this: that their women are raised to be wives, and their women are raised to support their husbands no matter what. I don't know if you heard me tell this story, Beans. I had my roof replaced last year. Guess who was motherfucking working and helping? Pedro and them.
Mm-hmm.
2 Mexican women, right? 2.
One, but it's just culture, right?
Yeah. So you can't blame me for. And again, this culture was here. The women shifted out of the culture. The women started doing something totally separate, and they have autonomy. Black men can't make black women get in line and get right. But what they do, and people like you do, is come to the internet and say the men are the problem. Okay, and then when I make comparisons of us to the other men, and you look at the graduation and the improvement of black men over the last 25 years. Oh, then it's we're still not enough. We're still not enough. When is this ever gonna be enough, bro? And that's all I got.
But you said they're more cultured to be wives. I could dig that to a certain degree, but they would be facing the same system of divorce that all the other men are facing, right? And we do see that the numbers are down. I think the last time I checked, the marriage rate for the Hispanics was at 58%. They finally dipped under 60, right? And I think white people were at 51%. So it's coming down for everybody, and ironically, it's coming down for them, but it went up for us over the last 2 years, right? Black women went from 25 to 29, right? And black men went from 33 to 36, ironically. So, but I just thought about it. I'm like, if we look at the system of divorce, which is the thing that a lot of men complain about, they would have to be facing that same system, but for some reason they still get married.
Yeah. So here's the other thing, right? Because Maroon said, don't let the stats lead your life, right? I think typically speaking, we want to be the most informed when making any decision, right? So if there's numbers that are quantifiable out there, it shouldn't paralyze you when hearing those numbers, right? You need to put those numbers into perspective based on what you see going on around you and then make an informed decision. That should be what's happening, right? The numbers shouldn't just be the end all be all, but you want to know all the information and then make a educated decision.
But I think that's the point that he's making. They are paralyzing people.
No,
right?
I'm not. I said it. I made sure to acknowledge the analysis paralysis. That's why I said those words specifically, right? And what Maroon is alluding to is that people are hearing these numbers, hearing things that are confirmed bias, and then moving like that, right? That's his allegation, so to speak, right? I'm just saying that the information needs to be provided because we have so much access to it, and then hopefully people make an informed decision based on that. Because your anecdotal can fool you a lot of the time.
And just to be clear, Hamp, there's a non-manosphere lawyer, white dude. I don't know if you remember, but he's going viral for saying the same thing as to where a lifelong family law attorney that says he would not suggest that men get married in this day and age. So that's a professional. Again, non-manosphere, just a lawyer, just a professional of seeing the things that men go through with their families, their children, their wives, and all these different things. So again, man, my thing is, I'm here to give you the information. You do it whatever. I have never said don't get married. Have I ever said that shit, Hamp? Never said it. I've never said don't get married. I said I'm not getting married again. And I say if and when I do get married, I wouldn't suggest you get married on paper. There are other ways of doing it. I'm all about men protecting themselves, and that's what I'm here for. Again, and I would never suggest to a black man, he can do what he wants. I would never suggest to a single black man to go out here and consider the first woman or any of the women he was going to pick was a woman with kid or kids.
Fantastic. You said the lawyer was non-black?
Yeah, white dude.
So that would suggest then that Becky and Marisol are having the same conversation then, right?
No, it's not based on the conversation. It's based on divorce results. He's just speaking off nothing to do with conversation. He's talking about the cases he's representing and what he's seeing and how it's changed in family law over his time being an attorney.
So that Becky and Marisol might not be saying it out loud, but they're behaving the same way.
Yeah,
Becky, divorce. Yeah. Everybody's
and Beans, to your point, there's an argument made. It's not black women, it's Western women, right? We've heard that a million times, right? And what he's saying, based on a white lawyer saying it, essentially he's seeing that enough, regardless of race, to say, "Here's my recommendation." To your point, let me get Trigger in here real quick. Trigger, what's popping?
Yo, what's going on, y'all?
Goody.
Same old same. I mean, good stuff. Maroon, I was listening to some of y'all points on this, and we speak very loosely on like the marriage stuff and the stats a lot, but when you say things like divorces are ending because of finances, that's such a broad thing, because then there's a whole drop down box, right? And as a married person, you got to be like, well, what does finances mean, and who can you attribute faults to where, right? Like finances doesn't mean somebody ain't got enough money. Like I don't. That's why I personally, that stuck with me. Like, that doesn't mean that. Finances means he or she is spending recklessly and bankrupting the whole home. He's telling her to stop spending because she already got student loans and she won't stop. That's what finances mean. That's where you get those accusations like he's trying to control me and what I do with my money. Now I'm trying to make sure that they don't end up garnishing our goddamn wages. That's like the real marital talk that people don't have when we just give the broad finances thing, right? Student loans is a big deal. Guess who got the most of them? You know what I mean? So it's like we got to really hit that drop down box and talk about each of these bullet points in detail. You know what I'm saying? I think one of the things that I see, in relationships, like I'm friends with damn near all black people, right? If a man asks his woman to contribute to the household in a certain way, that's a big issue in black marriages, right? So no, that's just something I want to elaborate on. No smoke for anybody though.
With all due respect, and I respect you, you're a content creator. I know you're a married guy too. It hurts my heart to see young men leaning on divorce lawyers when we should be leaning on people who are actually married, like you, or people who've been married. And we need to get, and to your point, when you said, hey, Chris, you talked about, my name is Chris, you brought up how divorces and the finances are the biggest driver. I can't give you all the nuance of that, but you're right. It could be the loans. It could be someone lost their job and they weren't able to kind of pivot and get it back. It could be people making reckless financial decisions. Sure. But when we make the least, we're going to be impacted the most by those financial plunders. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think, and then here's the thing about it, right? If we talking about a particular point, we got to keep it 100% total on that point, right? When we talk about finances, it ain't about, the student loans will come up, but we got poor spending habits, generally speaking, right? Budgeting is not a thing we've learned overwhelmingly. So I think that we need to address just us being the biggest consumers, what that looks like in a marriage.
Absolutely.
Because I think that permeates regardless of if you got a vagina or a penis, and for our people, And y'all know I don't play the sum game, but when we talk about finances, ending divorce, ending marriages, what's the manifestation?
Yeah.
I really don't buy a whole lot of cheap shit, and I wish I could. You know what I'm saying?
No, I saw a video where the guy was talking about materialism and individualism and how that's really a white culture thing, and we've adopted it, and it's really messed us up.
Telling me wrong when you get a chance, Beans. Whoever said it was a white culture thing, we was blinged out in the book of Ezekiel, baby boy.
Yeah, but we could afford it though, couldn't we?
Back then, we had a little bread back then.
You see what I'm saying? Right. So that was his whole point, is that we came from.
We don't got it, but we still okay.
Yeah, that was his whole point.
We in the salt of the earth by accident. We had the newest moccasins, the newest sandals, and all that. You know what I'm saying?
That's what he was saying. He said we came from abundance, but they came from deprivation, which is the reason why they felt like they needed to take everything.
I think it's a compartmentalization thing, Beans, because I definitely feel what you were saying. About that, it's that looking like something was never more important than being it, and that's what took over. See what I'm saying? Like, dog, my dad looks like a bum. That nigga wear the same clothes like for 3 days type shit. Let that nigga be going out to like a party, all the gold coming out, all that. You see what I'm saying? Like he bringing an S500 out the garage, all that type stuff. He looks like a straight up king, right? But it's never about looking like you rich, or that we made that the mainstream part of the culture, right? So it was about being
the individualism part too. That video was, I made a short out of it. It's on my channel, Hamp. You should go check it out.
Go look at it. I just want to.
Can I say one thing real quick, Hamp?
Yeah, when I say real quick, I actually go real quick.
I'm talking about real quick. Fantastic. I use you a lot when I'm talking about the conservative douchebags. So that means there's a lot of criticism thrown your way from me. But I said if you can criticize somebody, you can also compliment them. And the example that you used about us not being at the bottom financially and the people under us making less money and being more married, awesome argument.
Yeah.
Awesome. Top level, top shelf argument, bro.
Yeah, that's only his 1800 time making that argument, but I'm glad.
I never heard him make that before. That's fire.
And I was going to say this, right? Because we always talk about consumerism.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers buying Lamborghinis too. I don't know if y'all know that. All right. You go to a country club if you want to. Them white folks be Lamborghini'd out, Porsche'd out. So I mean, they ain't staying open by accident. You know what I'm saying? But
absolutely, but we live
like you said, we don't got it, right? A lot of us don't got it, but we try to front and all that. So
do you think those videos where they do the car thing where the girl don't want to talk to the guy, but then when she see him getting into the expensive cars to come back, you think that's phony?
Yes.
Okay. Because it was one where the dude had like a Bentley truck or something. She thought that was his car, but then he went to go get in like a Charger, like the $80,000 Charger, and she turned her nose up to it.
She didn't know what she was looking at. But yeah, yo, that shit crazy, bro.
Wow.
Hey, man, I gotta go to the gym. Let me read these super chat. You know what? Let me get y'all final thoughts real quick before we get up out of here. Hey, Yardy, man, so-called happy birthday, good brother. Hope you be safe out there, young buck. Any final thoughts?
I don't know. Yeah, he go fix his problem every time black men improve on something, and we show that we still blame them for not doing what they're supposed to be doing, and we don't want to address the women. We're not gonna fix this problem. And to Maroon Tiger's point, we live in a man's world. So why is it that every man gets to be patriarchal but the brother? So it's like this is a common thing I see in our society, where the rest of society gets to be patriarchal, gets to be dominant.
Yeah.
But everybody tries to make black men more feminine, try to make black men less patriarchal, less dominant. Why is that? You know what I'm saying? So that's it.
I'll go with my final thought. I mean, took you long enough. You finally spit some bars. I'm just messing with you. But no, let me put this on. Let me put this on you real quick. Pause. It's gonna happen to black men whether we like it or not. Why are black men accepting it? You see what I'm saying? I've always said the world can try to affect me. I don't have to allow it to. And I run my household the way that it's supposed to be run. So the other end is that black men can't change anybody, their feelings, or they can't stop the attack from coming, but they can not choose to accept it. You cannot choose to capitulate to black women's needs. If she say, no, we have equal say, I have the final say. And you can leave if you don't like it. So that's on my 2 cents.
Aaron. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, this was a good conversation. It's really informative, and I think we need to dig into it more. But my whole message is, man, we got to do better as black men so they'll follow, and we need to teach them how to move. We need to teach them how to get better, because if they ain't seeing it from us, they won't. So, and it trickles down to our children. So, I just want to tell y'all, hug your kids, man. Make sure that you're doing what you're supposed to do. Train them up.
Maroon, good to meet you, good brother. Any final thoughts?
Hey, I definitely gotta say, I appreciate you letting me on the platform. My final thought is going to be something I've already said, is I really want to encourage the young men, do not let stats paralyze you. Don't look at marriage and say she's going to give up half. That's not happening, but maybe 7% of black divorces. There are more people who are married and successful in the black community than men giving up half in alimony. That's not really happening. But like I said, do not let stats paralyze you. There's so much happiness out here. Patriarchy, I'm not saying patriarchy is a bad thing, but there's numbers that have to be solidified to be able to do that. And the goal is really, if you want to have a family, it might not have to be a cookie cutter way, because your family might not have the resources as another family. So try to find out what your family is going to look like and chase after that, and feel confident in that.
Or shove it up.
I was a little quiet at the end on purpose, just kind of listen to the kind of opposing views. I think these brothers are a lot more well versed in these topics than I am, and what I'm realizing is whether we want to accept it or not, as we talk about in Discord, all of these different characters are manosphere type content, and the next plateau or the next frontier is going to be us as black men figuring out a way to make all of our messaging work together for the greater good. We can't stay and just opposing each other all the time, because you find gold in what everybody is saying. Actually, when Mr. Fantastic tries to level set to make us have a better understanding of the landscape, some of that is powerful. A lot of it is powerful. I'm about to say the majority, but I don't know if I'm sure yet. What Maroon Tiger did today is important. So I think the next frontier for us is gonna find a way we all can have these conversations together for the greater good of the community. We can't stay and just arguing against each other, because that won't get us to. If everyone's saying their goal is to have more families, a stronger community, at some point we got to figure out how to make all our messaging align so we can move forward to wherever it is. So I hope all the content creators have it in the back of their mind when they're crafting their messages and their points to discuss how do these things work for the greater good of everybody. And I'll just land it there.
Yeah. Puerto Rican women, man. I'm just saying, bro, the toes and stuff, and Egyptian women. Man. I'm just saying, there's some other women out here besides black women. but Maroon Tiger, I was trying to find your channel, man. I can't find it. I found an African channel. I know that ain't you, right?
Put it in the back chat.
Oh yeah, put it in the back chat so I can find it. Yeah, I hope that the people that's been rocking with us long enough know that when we had these conversations, myself in particular, and I know for a fact people like Hamp and Aaron, and I want to throw Fantastic in there too, even though it might not sound like it. The point ain't to try to like tear down the sisters, you know. It's just trying to really bring some truth, fact, sincerity, intelligence, logic, sincerity, I think I said, into the conversation. Because when it's all said and done, ain't nobody tell me. I just heard about I think 20,000 more cases of HIV in Philadelphia. I don't care. I still love black women. I don't care. I love them, bro. It is what it is. So I hope y'all don't think that we hating or nothing like that on y'all, man. We just really want the conversation to level up to a point where we understand we all in this together, and we are still right now subjected to the white man, his system of oppression and supremacy, regardless of what Fantastic says. We got some overcoming to do.
Mr. Fantastic.
Brother. At the end of the day, man, hey, it's not black men's fault. Black men don't have a lot of choices to choose from. The stats are important. We all live our lives by stats. I promise you, if someone told you there was a 50% chance of you dying if you stepped out of your door, you would stay your black ass in the house. Okay. When it comes to investments and things, if it's a horrible investment that is based on stats, it's plenty of things, right? Failure rates and whatnot, what have you, even jobs, right? Like job security or being an entrepreneur. You know that if you're going to be an entrepreneur, you want to open up a restaurant. That is the worst possible business to get into. Okay. Now, can you be successful? Of course, you could be, but the stats say, all right. So when your ass is shut down and closed down within 3 years, you can't blame nobody but your dumb ass self if you chose the motherfucking worst possible opportunity to try to be successful at. That's all I got, man.
Oh shoot, Aaron.
Perfect. Shit like that.
Applying some quick math, I've arrived at the sum that there's a gross need for subs and shares by virtue of close proximity to the disrespect held towards the like button. That disrespect can be extrapolated by comparative analysis of two simple statistics: 540 watching, 276 that have actually successfully hit the like button. Hit the like button, please. After that, share and subscribe. This has been a dope show. Happy birthday, Mr. Bean.
Perfect. It's a lot to parse out, man. You know, and I think that there are several people that are simply aligned with what they align with, and those are the worst. Period. Those are the worst type. Like if there's something that Maroon said that you can't take away from, you wasn't listening. If there was something that Mr. Fantastic said you had absolutely no takeaways, you wasn't listening. Right? You instantly listening for what you already aligned with before you got here. And you add nothing to the conversation, the chat, none of that shit. If somebody says something that you don't like, but it has some credence, put it on your whiteboard and disprove it. If you can't disprove it, accept it. But ain't nobody doing that work. That's why we got to do a forum on the panel. Salute to y'all niggas. Nobody gonna do it but us, man. So let me read these super chats right here. And we get up out of here. I did this right on this one, right? This one? Yeah. Fifth Ave Phil. Perfect. The 20 bosses. Feminist movement. Separated from women. Oh, excuse me. Feminist movement separated men from women. This was agreed upon. White women fight wasn't the black women's fight in the 70s. Male feminism sounds very basic.
Wow. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Maroon,
that.
you want to respond to this? You know I gotta go.
Brevity isn't my strong suit. I'll save it for another time.
No doubt. Aaron with the $2 says, so you saying marry a ratchet overweight baby mama? I don't think nobody said that. Just Jim with the $5 says, thank you, Maroon Tiger. Don't let them scare you off your grind. White men made Mano and now leaving it because it is detrimental. Black men still confused. Die with baby oil. Curtis. Perfect. A man calling himself a male feminist is a red flag. Sit down, Maru Kid. Oh, I missed it. We have to reallocate this, Kurt. It's over now. You don't waste it. Aaron with the $2 says, divorce feminist male. He's 2 steps from. Fifth at Phil with the $5 says, stop with the verbal police. Male feminists. These tendencies is only for the beta boys, soy soldiers. You marry the 42nd Street broad male feminist. I'm reading.
Hit the like button, y'all.
Just Gems with the $2. What makes these men think they are overqualified? DC Slim with the $2 says, this is great knowledge. Loving cross the borders with the Colombian pesos, right? Yeah. 20,000 Colombian pesos. What's up, son? Men, get your passports. I got mine. I'm happily married, traveling the world, making 500,000 and getting a daily hot meal from a feminine, successful Colombian. Black men are wanted globally. Naked with the $5 says, there are plenty of women without kids. I thought less people were having babies, right? J Rag So Fiesta with the 10,000 Colombian pesos said the male feminists did not acknowledge that the majority of black men have 0 kids and 34% are married.
36.
You don't believe that? Maroon says not true. Loving across the borders with the 20,000 Colombian pesos says if you can afford child support, divorces, her upkeep, and a $200 first date, you men can afford a $185 passport. And better women and skip past all those headaches. Aaron with the $2 says, speak for yourself. Hamp, speak for yourself. Hamp, you got great patience. No doubt, bro. Loving across borders with the Colombian peso says, I live in a Latin country. These men make only $300 monthly and still have better wives. Jay Miller with the $5 says, studies show that the women experience higher trait neuroticism. This correlates to women initiating divorce at drastically higher rates. Sway with the $2. What up, Sway? Says, LOL, how many of those women speak English? Very few. Loving across borders with the 10,000 Colombian pesos says, my Colombian wife says they are raised as girls to be educated, successful wives. Divorce rates here are only 9%, whereas it's 57% in the U.S. Loving across borders says 66% of step marriages. 66% of step marriages end, and 61% of stepdads file for divorce.
Why is that funny?
I don't know. Ike was popping with the $. Salute, G. Aaron with the $2 says, this the most sus shit y'all ever said on an episode. Bravo Tech. OG was popping with the 20 ball. Said, great convo, gents. Support. Salute, Bravo Tech in the building. Loving cross borders with the 10,000 says, in most countries I've been to, women see men in the world as masculine, except American men. They say we put up with too much from our women. Zero tolerance with the $5 says, black men want to be the white patriarch with no money and no power. Sway with the $2 says, patriarchy on a micro level means fathers lead the homes. DC Slim with the $2 says, happy birthday to Malcolm X.
That's facts.
Loving across borders with the $2 says 50 million blacks in America, 150 million in South America. Champion feminist with the $5 says, shout out to Maroon for speaking facts. Very logical, patient, maintain his masculine frame. Deaf won the debate. Please come back again. As Abe with the $2 says, interview Maroon one-on-one. Malash with the $2. What's up, Malash? Says, how can you marry a woman who don't smile at you? Hey, Yardy, good to meet you. Maroon, good to meet you. We go live again tomorrow, most high willing, 12 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and Friday, of course, man. So y'all welcome with open arms for sure, man. Let's get to it. Mr. Williams, I love you. Aaron, I love you. Mr. Fantastic, I know you don't like when I say I love you, but it is what it is. You can't beat me up. Beans, congratulations for getting that much older. Nigga, you look 60.
Ain't
But
that
we proud of you. You know what I'm saying?
I know you are. The devil is alive. Ephesians 6:9, damn it. The devil is alive.
Hey, but yo, good shit, man. I love you, man. Keep grinding. I'm glad every time what I be doing at like what time you go live? Like what time is it? But every time I see a new sorry ass thumbnail. You using pictures from 15 years ago, catfishing niggas. I said, okay, you on this shit. Sha, you going on hiatus or what? What happened?
Yeah, for a little bit, I got to. I'm working on a new film project, so
yo, I told you, man.
So I'm gonna
be on Spirit, baby. I come up there, but I gotta be in one of the main characters. I know it's late, but
I'm gonna pop in the Discord in once in a while to chat, but I'm gonna be away for a little while, focusing.
If you don't plug me for your movie, your movie ain't gonna do shit. Hey,
man, how you feel?
Ham, keep it a buck. I need y'all to just tell me yes or no. That's 61% of stepdads. That wasn't funny to y'all.
No, not really, nigga. That's in a lot of people's future. Goddamn, ain't nothing to laugh at. Hey, Sha, well, we proud of you, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Appreciate it.
Like I said, I might come up there, man. I might be an extra, but that's pushing it though. You know what I'm
We
saying?
gonna talk. I'm trying to make sure I can come to DC, so we'll talk. We can chat about it.
Yeah. Let's keep
grinding. I got all the money, man, so I got to sit down with the big dogs to figure out how to get some bread. So yeah, I'm a starving artist. So I'm gonna holler at you.
Indeed, I got you, man, for sure. Whatever we can do, man.
Yep.
So fellas, keep grinding. Be safe. I'm gonna drop. Hold on. Let me drop Maroon shit in the chat real quick.
Stepdads and first wives is going through the same shit.
I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. I'm about to go to the gym. Y'all should too. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.